Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare Ram Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare 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 Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare 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 Ram Sit properly. Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare 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 Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Oh Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram,
Hare Krishna. Hey, good morning, everybody. What I see here is a group of very intelligent people, because the essence of life is to make spiritual advancement, and the basis of all spiritual advancement is repeating Krishna's holy names. And I just want to start us off with a couple of quotes that I collected about that. The first one is a verse from the Srimad Bhagavatam, 5th canto, that says, even if he be distressed or degraded, any person who chants the holy name of the Lord, having heard it from a bona fide spiritual master, is immediately purified. Even if he chants the Lord's name jokingly or by chance, he and anyone who hears him are freed from all sins. Therefore, how can anyone seeking disentanglement from the material clutches avoid chanting of the name of Lord Shesha? Of whom else should one take shelter? And then I extracted this from a purport, the next one, from the Srimad Bhagavatam, 11th canto. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta gives the example that just as a child's ball may be fastened to the end of a rope so that it cannot bounce away, a devotee who surrenders to Krishna becomes tied to the rope of Vedic injunctions and is never lost in worldly affairs. In this connection, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur has quoted from the Rig Veda as follows: Om Asya Janato Nama Chidviviktam Haste Vishnu Sumatim Bhajamahe Om Tat Sat. O Vishnu, your name is completely transcendental. Thus it is self-manifested. Indeed, even without properly understanding the glories of chanting your holy name, if we vibrate your name with at least a small understanding of its glories, that is, if we simply repeat the syllables of your holy name, gradually we shall understand it. The supreme entity indicated by the pranava Om is Sat, or self-revealing. Therefore, even if one is disturbed by fear or envy, the transcendental form of the Supreme Personality of Godhead will become manifest to one who continues to chant the Lord's holy name. Further evidence is given in Srimad Bhagavatam 6.2.14. Sankyetyam parihasyam va stobam helanameva va vaikunta nama grahanam asheshaga haram vidu. One who chants the holy name of the Lord is immediately freed from the reactions of unlimited sins, even if he chants indirectly to indicate something else, jokingly, for musical entertainment, or even neglectfully. This is accepted by all the learned scholars of the scriptures. So especially, the holy name is self-revealing, and those who have come to the point of chanting the holy name have understood the essence of all the Vedic knowledge. Gaur Premanande Hariva, Shri Harinam Prabhu Ki Jai, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram. Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram Ram, Ram. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, Ram Ram. Krishna Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Om Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Sit properly. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram,
Hare Krishna. I just have a quick question. So you're repeating the same thing over and over again, it sounds like. Isn't it? So, do you mind doing that, or do you find any inconvenience saying the same thing over and over again? Why not? Somebody please comment. Yeah, but you got to have a microphone.
It's Krishna's name because it's ever fresh. But actually, sometimes I do feel bored doing the same thing again and again.
Sometimes means most of the time you don't? I mean, what's your realization, seriously, about, I mean, theoretically we know Krishna's name and everything, but what's your experience? I mean, why don't you mind doing this day after day? You would have stopped a long time ago if you really minded that much.
But honestly, I don't know the answer, but sometimes I also think that because mostly 95% of the time I don't focus on chanting, but somehow and I'm not extracting bliss totally from the holy name exactly as explained in the scriptures, but still the next day something forces that I should do the same thing again. So
what is the thing that's forcing you?
I guess it's Guru and Krishna's and devotees' mercy that somehow keeps me in that attraction, at least a little bit in that circle of chanting.
Right, thank you for the interview. Shamalangi's really got something going there.
No, I was just thinking that because we have been told by our acharyas and guru, I just have trust on them. And so I probably chant because of that, and I see other devotees doing the same, so that motivates me.
Any experience repeating the same thing over and over again?
I think it's become a habit now. I just can't stay without it, whether I like or not.
So you can't do without it?
Yeah, that's true.
All right. Yes.
The only thing I wanted to say was, it's the only reliable savior. This is the only insurance I have. If I want to save myself from all the troubles which is ahead in front of me during the day, this is the only thing which I have, which will make sure I am protected throughout the day.
What's your experience repeating the same phrase over and over again?
Sorry, what was the question?
You're repeating the same phrase over and over again.
Yes, because...
So what's your experience? You don't mind it?
No, not at all.
Why?
As I mentioned, it's the only savior protection that I have.
Yeah, well, how do you... I mean, you know that, but just the experience of repeating the same thing, you don't find any inconvenience?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Not at all.
Thank you. Prabhu?
Hare Krishna. When especially the days we chant with devotees and we have really good rounds, we feel like continuing, and we can experience a drop of the bliss, because name is not different from Krishna. Although most of the time it's a struggle, but on and off we can experience the bliss when, especially with devotees, we chant, and very good rounds, and also on festival days, or when we especially I felt whenever I tried to chant more than 16 rounds, those are the days because 16 rounds is an obligation, but when beyond that, I really felt there is a sort of reciprocation, and that's very satisfying, and I felt like I want to just do it forever, but we have other obligations in this world, so we have to respond to that.
So you don't mind?
Not at all.
Okay. So here's a couple more quotes about repeating the name. From the Chaitanya Charitamrita Adi Lila 1723, this verse repeats the word eva, certainly, 3 times for emphasis. And it also 3 times repeats Harinama, the holy name of the Lord, just to make common people understand. Purport: to emphasize something to an ordinary person, one may repeat it 3 times, just as one might say, you must do this, you must do this, you must do this. Thus, the Brihadaranyaka Purana repeatedly emphasizes the chanting of the holy name so that people may take it seriously and thus free themselves from the clutches of Maya. It is a practical experience in the Krishna consciousness movement all over the world that many millions of people are factually coming to the spiritual stage of life simply by chanting the Hare Krishna mantra regularly, according to the prescribed principles. Therefore, our request to all our students is that they daily chant at least 16 rounds of this Harinam Mahamantra, following the regular principles. Thus, their success will be assured without a doubt. Is there any doubt if you go on chanting the holy name of the Lord according to the prescribed principles and following the regulative principles that you'll come to success? There's no doubt? So it seems like a good idea, right? Okay, Hare Krishna.
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram. Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Sit properly. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna. Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram,
Hare Krishna. I have some food for thought about repeating the holy name. By hearing this, hopefully it'll leave an impression in your mind and then it'll help your chanting. This is from Srila Prabhupada's writings. He says, the Mayavadi sannyasis study the Vedas simply to gain liberation. Lord Chaitanya did not advent merely to teach such an insignificant goal. He propagated the congregational chanting of the holy name and the scientific method of devotional service. His main aim was to establish the authorized religious principle for this age, Sankirtan, and thereby liberate all living entities. His reply to Prakashananda Saraswati was very simple, as if coming from an ordinary mortal. The Lord said, "Respected Swamiji, please listen to the reason why I act as I do. My guru saw that I was ignorant, and so he instructed me as follows. You are foolish and have no proper understanding of Vedanta philosophy. So simply chant this Hare Krishna mantra, which is the essence of all mantras. This mantra will deliver you from the entanglement of material existence and award you the shelter of Krishna's lotus feet. In the age of Kali, there is no religious principle except chanting Krishna's name. It has been ascertained from all the scriptures that Krishna's holy name is the essence of all mantras. He then made me learn a verse which I will repeat to you for your consideration. Hare Nama, Hare Nama, Hare Nama eva kevalam, kalau nasteva 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 gatiranyata. If one wants to make spiritual progress in this age of Kali, there is no alternative, there is no alternative, there is no alternative to the holy name, the holy name, the holy name of the Lord. Did it leave any impression on you? Nothing? Well, what kind of impression? Vrinda Sevika, you smiled, so you must have some impression.
So impression is that there is no choice. that this is the only what I have, and once it's set on that higher level, so I should accept it as authority, and I just don't see any other options. Whatever tried in this world, in spiritual practices, anything, and there is no better.
It's good. It's for people who are out of all other options. We already used up all our options in the material world, so we're going for the real thing. What else? Yeah.
Hare Krishna Maharaj. I just thought Chaitanya Mahaprabhu understood. I mean, he was his Lord, and he knew that in the Kali Yuga, our intelligence is degraded. We don't have any control. I think mercifully, what he mentioned in the purport which you read is that you are a fool. I think this is a big recognition that he has recognized us as fool through you, so that we could we understand our capabilities are limited. We cannot do anything. So simplest medicine is just say a few words and repeat it. That is the simplest thing you can do. And that is going to give you the biggest benefit in this Kali Yuga. So that's what my understanding.
Anyone else? Any reaction to what I just read? Yes, Malat.
Hare Krishna Prabhu. What you read was the holy name actually removes all our material contamination. So I was just thinking that the amount of material contamination we have accumulated over lifetimes and lifetimes. And this is the only way to remove that contamination and then to achieve the lotus feet of Krishna. So
we read elsewhere that Krishna's lotus feet has various auspicious markings, and one of them is the thunderbolt. And the yogis meditate on this thunderbolt because the thunderbolt smashes mountains of sin. Even if one's accumulated a Himalaya worth of sin, and the thunderbolt from Krishna's lotus feet will smash it to powder. And by chanting the holy name of the Lord, we're efficiently remembering the Lord's lotus feet. And by that process, whatever accumulated sin is there will be smashed by the power of that thunderbolt on the Lord's lotus feet. Shri Harinam Prabhu ki jai, Gaur Premanande Haribo.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Sit properly. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna. Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram,
Hare Krishna. Here's my last offering for your consideration. Hopefully this will stick in your mind and be a source of inspiration for continuing to chant the holy names throughout the day. From a Srimad Bhagavatam lecture on the 6th canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam, which is about Ajamil, first chapter, Prabhupada. So the Ajamil young man, on account of association with a prostitute, he lost his good character and began to maintain the prostitute by stealing, by cheating, one after another. So by mistake or on account of the age, he became captivated by the prostitute. So Krishna was watching. Therefore he gave him this chance that on account of his affection towards the child, he will at least repeat, Narayan, 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 come. Narayan, take your food. Narayan, sit down. So bhava grahi janardana. Krishna is so kind, he takes the purpose or the essence. Because the holy name has its effect. So although this Ajamil, by his foolishness, he was attached to the material body of the sun, but because he was chanting Narayan, Krishna was taking that essence. That's all. That some way or other he is chanting. The importance of chanting is so nice. The importance of chanting is so nice. So do not give up chanting. Then Krishna will protect you. This is the example. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. You practice. Naturally, when you are in danger, you will say, Hare Krishna. This much do. If you are practiced to do something, chant Hare Krishna, then you are safe. Shri Harinam Prabhu Ki Jai. Thank you very much for dedicating your lives to chanting the holy names and to giving it to as many other people as possible. Hare Krishna. sing the Navadip Baba Tarangani.
கொடுத்துருங்க மாதாஜி.
ஏன் எடுக்கலாம்?
கொடுத்துங்க.
Adipurusham Namaham Bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Namaham Bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Namaham Bhajami Bhagavatam Samasitam Buddha Sundaranam Kandar Ako Vitamaniya Vishesha Shobham Govindam Adipurusham Namaham Bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Namaham Bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Namaham Bhajami Andani Yasa Sakalen Priya Priti Manti Pasyan Vipan Kayanti Kiram Naganti Ananda Chinmaya Sadhu Jala Vigrahasya Govindam Adipurusham Namaham Bhajami
Got nothing. Could you change the slide, please? Edushta hridaye kamas. Too low. Okay, a little higher. Edushta hridaye kama arirupuchaya kutinati pratistasya satya sadaraya hridaye Hridaya Shodhanaro Krishnera Vasana Nrishinga Charane Mora Heto Kamana Kandiya Nrishinga Pare Magibo Kakana Nirapare Navadipe Jugala Bhajana Bhaya bhaya paya ja darshane se hari prasanna ibo kabe more daya kari ja Yadyapi Bisana Murti Dushta Jiva Prati Praladari Krishna Bhakta Jane Bhadrati Kabhi ba prasanna hoye sakripa vachane nirbhaya karibe muda kinchane Swachande Baisohe Vatsa Shri Gauranga Dame Jugalabha Jana Hao Rati Hao Name Swachande Baisohe Vatsa Shri Gauranga. Do over. One more time. Swachande Baiso He Batsa Shri Gauranga Dhame Jugalabha Jana Hao Rati Hao Name Swachande Baiso He Vatsa. Mama Bhakta Kripa Bale Vigna Jabe Dura Shura Chitte Bajo Radha Krishna Rasa Pura. E bole kabe mora mastaka upara swiya shri charana harshe daribe ishvara. Amani Jugala Preme Satvika Vikare Darayalu Tibo Ami Shrina Shinga Dware. Within my heart. One more. Una más. Within my sinful heart, the 6 enemies headed by lust perpetually reside, as well as duplicity, the desire for fame plus sheer cunning. At the lotus feet of Lord Nrsinga, I hope that he will mercifully purify my heart and give me the desire to serve Lord Krishna. Weeping, I will beg at the lotus feet of Lord Nrsinga for the benediction of worshipping Radha and Krishna in Navadvip, perfectly safe and free from all difficulties. When will this Lord Hari, whose terrible form strikes fear into fear itself, ever become pleased and show me his mercy? Even though Lord Nrsinga is terrifying toward the sinful souls, he offers great auspiciousness unto the devotees of Lord Krishna, headed by Prahlad Maharaj. When will he be pleased to speak words of compassion unto me, a worthless fool, and thereby make me fearless? He will say, "Dear child, sit down freely and live happily here in Sri Gauranga Dham. May you nicely worship the divine couple and may you develop loving attachment for their holy names. By the mercy of my devotees, all obstacles are cast far away. With a purified heart, just perform the worship of Radha and Krishna, for such worship overflows with sweet nectar. Saying this, will that Lord delightedly place his own divine lotus feet upon my head? I will experience sublime love for the divine couple, Radha Krishna, and undergo the ecstatic transformations called sattvika. Falling on the ground, I will roll about at the door of Sri Nishinga's temple. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Madan Mohan Radha Madan Mohan Radhe. Jaya Radha Govinda Radha Govinda Radhe. Jaya Radha Gopinatha Radha Gopinatha Radhe. 18 Thakur Gauriyaki Kariyachinatmasad 18 Era Charavandon Tine Mornad Radha Krishna Pranaya Vikriti Hladini Shakti Rasma Ekat Manavapi Puri Puvi Pura Deham Gatelta Chaitanyakyam Prakatamadana Tadvayam Chaikyam Aptam Radha Bhava Duti Suvalitam Krishna Nami Swarupam Gaur Premanande Nitai Gaura Haribo 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. Jayom Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajagacharya Stotra Shishiman Abhay Charanad in the Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Jayom Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajagacharya Stotra Shishiman Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj Ki Jai. Ananta Koti Vaishnava Ki Jai. Naamacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai. Prem Zagaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Gaur Bhaktivinoda Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopinath Shyamakunda Radhakunda Giri Gaurdhan Ki Shri Vrindavan Nam Ki Jai Shri Mayapur Navadip Dham Ki Jai Shri Jagannath Puri Dham Ki Jai Tulsi Devi Bhakti Devi Ki Jai Jamuna Devi Ganga Devi Ki Jai Samveda Bhaktivinoda Ki Jai. All glories to assembled devotees. All glories to assembled devotees. All glories to assembled devotees. Gaur Premanande Haribo. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Jana Ballabha Girivaradhari. Gopi Jana Ballabha Girivaradhari. Jashodanandana Vraja Janarandana. Jashodanandana Vraja Janarandana. Jashodanandana Vraja Janarandana. Jashodanandana Vraja Janarandana. Jamunatira Vanachari. Jamunatira Vanachari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Gopi Jana Ballabha Girivaradhari. Gopi Jana Ballabha Girivaradhari. Jashodanandana Vraja Janarandana. Jashodanandana Vraja Janarandana. Jashodanandana Vraja Janarandana. Jashodanandana Vraja Janarandana. Junatira Vanachari. Jamunatira Vanachari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Also include the second part, it goes up to the 14th canto. Narayanam namaskritya naram chaiva narottamam devim sarasatim vyasam tato jayam udiraye. Namashreshnam manamapi shachiputramatra sarupam shirupam tasyagrajam uruparim maturim goshtavatim Radha kundam girivaramoho radhika madhavasham prapto yasya pratita kripaya shri gurun tannatosmi He Guru Dinabandho Swananda Dato Karanaika Sindo Vrindavana Sinahitavatar Prasida Radha Pranaya Prachara Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya. Oh yeah, go back. We'll do the third one. He Dinabandho Karanaika Sindo Kuru Prasadam Mayamanda Mudhe Laksha Paradhe Bahupapa Gadhe Tatpada Padme Stumatischa Krishne Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Gaura Premanande Haribo. Hare Krishna. So that song by Bhaktivinoda Thakur that we just sang, the Navadip Bhavatarangani, is really invokes the mood of Navadvip, especially if you go to Nrsimhapali. Of course, you can see Nrsimhadev everywhere. If you go to Srivasangam, there the darshan is Panchatattva with Nrsimhadev in front. Actually, my favorite darshan in Navadvip. As that place is Srivasangam, is the spot where Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came together with his devotees and chanted the holy names congregationally for over a year. And he did it privately. That is, only his most intimate devotees could come in. Interesting that in an assembly, when you're creating this atmosphere for worshiping Krishna by hearing and chanting, it needs to be a safe atmosphere. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu recommends that one hear and chant with like-minded devotees. And he says especially if they're more, he said they should be more advanced than oneself as well. Like-minded means they're Ishtadev, they're aspiring for the same goal. So when you're performing, one's performing sadhana, it means there's a sadhya, there's the practice to meet the goal. And when there are devotees that are like-minded in that way and enthusiastic for that, then the atmosphere becomes very conducive for practicing devotional service. That's why Prabhupada started the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. And of course, even within the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, there are various moods. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu gathered together his most intimate associates and inaugurated this congregational chanting inside Srivas Thakur's home. And of course, later on, he simply opened the doors and told them to go out and do it on the street. And in which case, one may not discriminate. And neither did the members of the Panchatattva, as mentioned in the Adi Leela of the Chaitanya Charitamrita. The members of the Panchatattva didn't consider who was a fit or unfit candidate, or where was a good place or a not a good place. They simply went and distributed love of God, especially by this Prem Sankirtan, which is noted by Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya to Prataparudra Maharaj. You'll find in the Beta Kirtan pastimes, when the devotees were all coming from Navadvip to Puri, they Prataparudra Maharaj and Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya went up on the roof to watch the devotees coming in, all the associates of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And he was naming them one after another and showing who they were. And the king mentioned that I've never heard such chanting before. And Sarvabhauma mentioned this is the Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's special method called Prem Sankirtan. It's the chanting of the holy names, but it's imbued with a particular mood of worshiping Krishna. Maya mrigam dayite yipsitaman vadavad. It's mentioned that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came to this world. First of all, it's mentioned that he came to chase after the conditioned souls, to give them an opportunity to take to Krishna consciousness, but also he took sannyas, aranya, and went to the aranya, the forest, but there he was actually looking for the Lord of his heart, Lord Krishna. He was chasing after him. And in the mood of chanting in Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's party, there's this aspiration for worshipping Krishna in Vrindavan. And Araja Bhagavan Vrajesha Tanayasta Dhamma Vrindavana Ramya Kachid Upasana Vrajavidu Vargena Vokalpita Srimad Bhagavatam Pramanam Amalam Prema Pumarto Mahan Srimad last line is Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu Matamidam Tatravdara Napara. There's a way in which Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, these are essentialized, the main purposes of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in the Chaitanya Manjusha. Whereas it says that the Lord and his abode, Vrindavan, are non-different, no difference between the two. And then he says that the highest method of worshiping the Lord is that which is conceived by the gopis of Vrindavan. So much so that even those who are Haridas Savari, the greatest devotees who would come to see Vrindavan, like Uddhava, who is known as one of the greatest devotees of the Lord. Krishna sent him to come to Vrindavan apparently to deliver a message, but it was actually to deliver Uddhava by allowing him to see the mood of the gopis of Vrindavan. So the verse mentions that there's no method higher than that which was conceived and enacted by the gopis of Vrindavan, and that Srimad Bhagavatam is the ultimate authority on everything. There are many other books we may read, like the Mahabharata and so forth, but then you'll find various versions of the Mahabharata according to culture. So how do we reconcile that? We check and see in the Bhagavatam. If it gives that version of the Bhagavatam, we accept. If it doesn't, we don't accept. Everything's based on the authority of Srimad Bhagavatam. It's a spotless Purana. In fact, if there's a flood and all the other books in the world float away, Brintanos and Amazon goes underwater, and everything else, if you can save your Bhagavatam and Chaitanya Charitamrita, then no problem. We're still fine. And then the ultimate goal of life, Prema Pumarto Mahan, is to attain love for Krishna. This is the sadhya, or the ultimate goal of our chanting, is to attain pure love for the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So we find in that, in the song that, though there's the worship of Lord Nrsingadev, sometimes people think Lord Nrsingadev will scare away the worship of Vraj. He's a Vaikuntha deity, but actually we see throughout Navadvip, which is not different from Vrindavan, Lord Nrsingadev appears in various pastimes, first in that of the Kazi. When he tried to stop the Sankirtan, Lord Nrsingadev said, "Not so fast." And then there is the Nrsingananda Brahmachari pastime, and we find that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu even takes the mood of Lord Nrsingadev. One day when Srivas Thakur was chanting the Vishnu Sahasranam, he came to the part about Lord Nrsingadev, and Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu took up his mood and started running through Navadvip, threatening the atheists, and people were running here and there because he had took on such a fearsome mood, and then he realized that he was frightening people, and he came back and calmed down and said, "It is offense to frighten people." And in this song we see that Chaitanya, that Bhaktivinoda Thakur is singing that Lord Nrsingadev, please remove all the vigna, any obstacles to worshiping Radha and Krishna. May I stay here peacefully in Navadvip Dham and worship Shri Shri Radha Krishna. And of course, as we know, Radha Krishna Pranaya Vikritir Hladini Shakti Rasman. The way in which Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is a combination of Radha and Krishna combined, and by worshipping him in Navadvip, then one can come to the perfection of worshipping Radha Krishna in Vrindavan, which is our aspiration. So we have the Srimad Bhagavatam, and the explanation of the Srimad Bhagavatam given to us by our acharyas, the 6 Goswamis of Vrindavan. And by following that clear understanding of the acharyas, then we can take the essence of Srimad Bhagavatam. As Srimad Bhagavatam says many things. At the end of Bhagavatam, we find that in his oops, I just broke something. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Pretty good. It's like Formula One racing. Burn out one microphone. So, the Bhagavatam gives many different ideas for those who don't have the wherewithal or the benefit of following the acharyas, the acharya system. So therefore, Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, one of our most revered acharyas, says that there's a way in which the Bhagavatam is like Mohini Murti. Mohini Murti bewilders the atheists. It's a form of the Supreme Personality of Godhead who appears and then misleads the atheists. And in a similar way, Bhagavatam gives an opportunity for those who are not sincere. As the Bhagavatam begins, Dharma projita kaitavo traparamo nirmatsaranam satam. This, first of all, is for people who are not envious. They're done with the icha dvesha here in the material world. And there's no cheating in the Bhagavatam. But if somebody wants to cheat themselves, there's opportunity there through the Mohini Murti that someone might then read, for instance, even the pastime of Krishna's rasa dance. See if I can break another one. And in that pastime, we find that Krishna preaches to the gopis when they come into the forest at night that you should just meditate upon me within the heart. I'm all pervading and so forth. And then the yogis might say, oh, just see, that's the purpose of the Bhagavatam. And in other places, those who are inclined towards gyan might claim that that's what the Bhagavatam's about. Therefore, it's very difficult to understand the purpose of the Bhagavatam unless one is guided by the acharyas. So, in the Mahabharata, Bhishma Dev mentions this, Mahajano yena gatasa panta, that the path of spiritual life can't be known simply by studying the Vedas. Vedeshu durlabam atma bhakto, Brahma says that in the Brahma Samhita, right? That just by studying the Vedas, Krishna is not necessarily to be known perfectly. And Shutayo Vibhinam, because even through the rishis, the rishi means a seer, and The rishis are mantra drashta. They, because of perfectly chanting their mantra, then they get some clear vision about the absolute. But even amongst the great rishis, we find that there's Gautam Rishi, who gives the path of Nyaya or logic, and then we have Kanada, gives Vaisheshik philosophy, atomic theory, how the various elements or atomic particles combining together form the elements of the universe and so forth. You get Patanjali, who's very popular nowadays, the Yoga Sutras, teaching about stilling the mind. Jaimini Rishi, who gives the process of karma kanda, how to perform sacrifices and so forth. Then you get Sankhya philosophy. And finally, of course, we follow the process of Vedanta given by Srila Vyasadeva. And when one comes to know then the system of the Mahajans, those who perfectly emulate the process of Vedanta and show by their example, then Mahajano Yena Gatasa Panta, one then can adopt one's lifestyle, tat karma pravartana. There's various elements that the Mahajanas show us to integrate into our lifestyle according to our capacity so that we're following in their footsteps. We may not imitate them because they're souls that are so elevated that to follow exactly what they're doing, or at least to imitate what they're doing, the scale upon which they're doing it, would be very difficult, but we can follow in their footsteps. So this is the system mentioned in Srimad Bhagavatam and by Bhishmadev, Mahajano Yena Gatasa Panta, to follow in the footsteps of the great acharyas by seeing the system. So one has to come to a clear understanding of what is the purpose of the Bhagavatam through hearing from our acharyas, the six Goswamis. And they point us to Krishnastu Bhagavan Swayam, that Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and that He's the source, the avatari of all the other incarnations. And from this, one can develop one's focus in life. Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and then one can find the system, which is devotional service, by which one can perfectly meditate on Krishna and fix one's mind. So Rupa Goswami tells us to simplify and help us focus our mind that there are many rules and regulations given in the Shastra, and to essentialize them, he says that the main two are that one should always remember Krishna and never forget Him. All the other rules and regulations in scriptures are servants of these two principles. This is a topic. This essentialization comes up at Naimisharanya forest when the sages are asking Sutta Goswami that there are so many scriptures. Burini buddhi karmani shotavyani vibhagasha ato sadya trayatsaram samudrita manishaya bruhi bhadraya bhutanam yena ma suprasidati. He says, therefore, please tell us, out of all these different shastras and points that one must hear, what is the most important? Give us the essence, the saram, the cream, through which everyone can experience the ultimate satisfaction. So we find that this is what the Bhagavatam's doing, and then even from the Bhagavatam, we have the Goswamis, Rupa, Sanatan, Jiva Goswami, pointing us, of course, Rupa Goswami through the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu and other literatures, but especially that, which comes out as the nectar of devotion, to point us to the process of devotional service and how to follow it, 64 angas of bhakti. And then Jiva Goswami in his Sandarbha gives us the Siddhanta First of all, starting off with the tattva sandarbha of how we know what we know. How does one get knowledge anyway? This is goes back to the verse I just mentioned, Tarko Pratishta. Bhishma Dev says, don't be a tarky. Don't be such a tarky. Don't rely on logic. Logic cannot reveal the absolute truth. Tarko Pratishtanat, the Vedanta Sutra says, you can't understand the absolute truth by logic, because logic requires a premise. And in any logical problem that you're solving, you have to start with a premise. But what is our premise in the material world? In this world, we have no premise at all, because what do we know? We just came in here blind, and we have no idea where we're from and what to do or what anything means. So one has to, therefore, hear from the authority. And that's how all these great Mahajans are helping us. And Jiva Goswami points out in a lot of detail that from our own perspective, we're going to not understand completely what's going on, because we have various defects. We have the tendency to be illusioned. For instance, have you ever had a dream, and in your dream you're going to school or going to work or something like that? My dream is trying to catch an airline, a flight, and I can't find my ticket. Of course, it never occurs to me in the dream that, if I just show my ID, maybe they have an e-ticket. But I consider it real. And I also consider, when I wake up, this is real also. And that I'm my body, and I'm an American, and so forth. But these things are actually illusory. So this is the first big mistake that we make through our senses. And then there's the defect of the senses becoming distracted. There's a way in which we come to distraction even when we're trying to focus on the right thing. So the senses are full of various defects. So the process through which one can gain perfect knowledge is hearing from the proper authority. And so dogma is not necessarily bad. If you line yourself up properly, and then you hear, then you're going to be able to understand the absolute truth perfectly. So this is stanestita shrutikatam tanuvan manobir. There's a way in which the Supreme Personality of Godhead is to be known by those who align themselves properly with the authority and then hear without remonstration. So this hearing process from the authorities actually transforms us. It realigns us with the absolute truth and gives us, even as we're hearing, the mind is transformed. Excuse me. Don't. Just sit, please. Speaking of sitting and hearing, just hear. Yeah, you too. So if you sit and hear, you'll notice even in the moment that your consciousness is being transformed and realigned with the absolute truth. Stanestita shutikatan tanuvan manobir. This is what is mentioned by Brahma after he tests Krishna in the Brahma Vimohana Lila. There's a way in which he's trying to ascertain how could this be the Supreme Personality of Godhead? He knows he's the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He already met him. Where did he meet him? Previously in the Bhagavatam, 2nd canto. He met him when he was about to create the universe, and Krishna came and talked to Brahma and gave him the Chaturshloki Bhagavatam. And then what did he do? He shook his hand. Right? Shook his hand and he said, "Good luck, Brahma." As Radhika Raman Prabhu was saying, how much more do we have to prove that God's a person? If he comes and shakes your hand and he says, Thank you very much. Okay, you too. Someone make sure he gets prasadam. Later on, he sees him in Vrindavan, and it's very hard to understand Krishna's Vrindavan pastimes because he looks just like a little child, and everyone in Vrindavan treats him like just a friend or a lover. There's no sense in Vrindavan that this is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In fact, you notice that Nanda, Yashoda, they worship Lord Narayan, and that's God. But Krishna, he's just our kid. And where is he, by the way? He's late for lunch. And his friends wrestle with him. There's no awe and reverence there for Krishna. They love him. He's like an amazing kid. He does all these things, and even when they occur and the cowherd boys come home and tell what just happened, it's hard for anybody to believe. Our kid? He did that? Anyway, better purify him with dust raised from the hooves of the cows and mantras and everything. They're always trying to protect him. So this mood is something that is hard for Brahma to understand. So when he comes to Vrindavan, he's thinking, like, okay, I have some idea. This is my Lord, but really? As he sees him in the Brahma Vimohana Leela sitting with his friends in a circle, actually, although they don't know it, every one of the friends is personally interacting with him, because this is one of Krishna's opulences, that he manifests himself individually for every living entity. In fact, he's doing that with us now. He's within every one of our hearts simultaneously, and we have a personal relationship with him. He's the same person, but simultaneously with unlimited living entities, he has a personal relationship. In the spiritual world, we find that he sits there with his friends in Vrindavan, and each one of them is personally interacting with him at the same time. Although it seems like there's one Krishna sitting with all of them, each one of them has a personal relationship. Where else did you see Krishna do this? Perhaps in the form of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. At Rath Yatra. Yeah, he was dancing at Rath Yatra, and there were all these different groups of kirtan leaders, and then Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was dancing in each one of them. And there were only a few pure devotees who saw it. Remarkably, Prachaparudra Maharaj was one of them, and there's much made of this, that he was able to have this intimate darshan and see what was going on because Chaitanya Mahaprabhu accepted him as a pure devotee. He had swept in front of the cart, and also he got the mercy of the most advanced devotees. Like Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya recommended him, and then Swarup Damodar had recommended him, Ramananda Roy, and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu gave him that vision. So the Brahma Vimohana Leela begins when Brahma sees Krishna with his friends, and they're having lunch. It's just after killing Aghasura. So Krishna is holding in his hands some yogurt rice and fruit. And his hands are described as being very, very beautiful. So you can imagine the scene, the aesthetic of this scene, Krishna. And it's also noted by our acharyas that he's eating out of his left hand. So this sort of concerns Brahma, because one of Brahma's names is Vidhi. Vidhi means rules and regulations. To become Brahma, you have to perform the Varnashram perfectly for 100 lifetimes. And that means perfect rules and regulations. No touching the laundry before it's dry or whatever. I mean, there's millions of things. You got to face this way, do this at this time. And so Brahma has that kind of samskar. And then he sees the Supreme Personality of God. Not only that, they're sharing the food. He and his friends are sitting there, and some of them are, saying, "What'd you get? No, what'd you get?" And that they'll try, here, this is good. Here, Krishna, try this. They'll take it out of their mouth, put it in Krishna's mouth, and they're sharing like kids do. They're just playing like normal children. And Sakam Vrijaru Kritapunya Punja, Shukadev Goswami points it out earlier in the pastime. He says that some people, they worship the Supreme Lord as the impersonal Brahman. And then other people, they worship him in Vaikuntha with great honor and reverence. Other people, they just think he's an ordinary human being. And those who are imbued with unlimited bhakti sukriti, after many, many lifetimes, they're worshiping Krishna as a friend, as one of them. Sakam Vrijaru Krita Punya Punjaha, after accumulating heaps and heaps of bhakti punya, they're able to play with Krishna personally. So it's very difficult for Brahma, so he sort of tests what's going on. So as the calves and the calves at that time wander off into the forest while the boys are enjoying their lunch, they become afraid because they notice the calves are gone. So Krishna says, you stay here and take your lunch. He didn't want his boys to be disturbed. And this is mentioned in the Bhagavatam, that this is Krishna's mercy. He's so affectionate towards his devotees, his friends, that he doesn't want them to be inconvenienced. So he said, no, you go on eating, I'll go find the calves. And he walks off with his food in his hands, looking for the calves. And the verse describes how he goes into narrow places, into various mountains, through trees, forests, and so forth. So he looked extensively. And then he realized that Brahma had stolen both the calves and the boys and put them in a mystic slumber. So then Krishna recreated each one of them. Now imagine what it takes to create one individual. I mean, every eyelash and eyebrow hair is there, and then you get into the details of personality. And Krishna, in his mystic power, simply manifested all the boys and all the calves exactly as they had been before. And then he went back into Vrindavan, like nothing had happened. Of course, Agasura had been killed, and we note from the pastime that nobody heard about it for a year. And the reason was because all the calves and boys that had been involved in that were in a mystic slumber. And then Krishna remanifested himself as all the calves and boys. So the calves and boys who went back into Vrindavan were no longer the calves and boys, they were actually Krishna, non-different from Krishna himself. Now, what happened in Vrindavan was that the parents then greeted their children with much more vigor than before. Of course, when their kids would come home, they'd be so excited, but now it was an inordinate increase in affection for the boys when they came back. And this was actually Krishna reciprocating the love of all his devotees in Vrindavan who had desired, I wish Krishna was my child. So Krishna fulfills all desires, right? Saparya gat shukram akayam avranam ashnavinam shudam apapavidam kavir manishi paribhusvayambur yatat yatyatortan vyaradashasvatibhya samabhyaha. He's there fulfilling the desire of every living entity. So if someone has a desire, I wish Krishna would be my son, I worship him like that, then he'll say, okay, I'll make an arrangement. So this is that arrangement. He came in, and now every mother in Vrindavan, he took the breast milk of every mother in Vrindavan. And there's some mention there that he took that as, the vatsalya, that motherly affection. It was more nectarian to him than all the performances of yajna that have ever been done in the world since time immemorial. Sahasra Shirsha, Swaha, Swaha, all that stuff that is there prescribed in the Vedas. You take all of them since time immemorial. Krishna relished the drinking the milk from the breasts of the gopis in Vrindavan, motherly gopis there, more than all these yajnas. And this is something that's mentioned at the beginning of the Chaitanya Charitamrita, that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came to reveal this kind of affection that Krishna has with his devotees in Vrindavan. He says that when the gopis, especially Srimati Radharani in Man, when she becomes sulky and mad at Krishna, and then Krishna will come, and then her Sakis will say, go away. She doesn't want to talk to you. He's like, get out of here. And he enjoys that more than the reverent hymns of the Vedas, this intimacy that he has with the devotees in Vrindavan. And so this went on for a year. And there were other signs, the interaction of the cows and their offspring. Some of the calves who had grown up, they're weaned off the drinking milk from their mothers, and then they're separated in different herds. And so one day, the cowherd men were herding the elderly cows, or older cows. They saw the calves down in the valley. And normally there's not this interaction because they're already weaned off drinking milk from their mothers, but then the mothers saw them and they came running down the hill, and they ran down so fast it looked like they had two legs rather than one, because they were just jumping down the hill. And the cowherd men who were taking care of them became angry and bewildered because they saw that they weren't able to hold them back. These cows ran up to their offspring and started licking their bodies like they wanted to devour them. So the cowherd men, running down the hill, angry and bewildered by what had just happened, then saw their offspring, and they melted. They grabbed them and affectionately smelled their heads. And Balaram was watching all this. And he had been noticing something going on in Vrindavan anyway. But this was the final vision, and he started thinking, this is something really odd going on in Vrindavan. So this is an important philosophical point, because now we find out that Balaram wasn't able to discern what was actually going on in Vrindavan, because Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And Balaram, although there's no difference between Krishna and Balaram except for their color, we find out that Yogamaya even covers Balaram if it's Krishna's will. Now, it's an interesting reason why Krishna kept Balaram out of the loop for that whole year. And Vishnu Chakravarti Thakur reveals that his best friend Sridhama was among the friends. Now, Balaram didn't go that day. He's always with Krishna protecting him. He has that special feeling that I'm protecting Krishna. He has a little Vatsalya rasa. And that day he didn't go because it was his birthday titi, and he was being at home. He was giving away charity and doing different kinds of rituals, purification for his birthday. So that day he wasn't there. And now Krishna went off to the forest, and Sridhama's not there. He was stolen by Brahma. And Krishna knew that if Balaram was separated from Sridhama, he would have been in great anxiety out of separation. So that was one of the main considerations he manifested, and he didn't let Balaram know. So now he starts to reveal to Balaram. Balaram is considering, what's causing this? Is some Rakshasi Maya? There's some influence of some other being here? And he said, no, that couldn't cover over the residents of Vrindavan, not powerful enough. And layer by layer, Krishna takes away until Balaram can see, it's Krishna. And he looks, Krishna, you're doing this. These are all you. You've manifested. What's going on? And at that time, Krishna reveals to Balaram what the actual situation is. Meanwhile, when Brahma comes back, he sees that the boys are still there. And then he checks and sees that the boys I put to sleep under mystic slumber, they're there, and the boys are here. And he's looking, his forehead's going in all directions, trying to see what's actually going on. Later on, we find that he says, Jnane prayasam mudapasyanamanta eva. Don't try to figure out with your head, because Brahma is the smartest person in the universe. That's why he has 4 heads. And now he says it's impossible to understand the potency of Krishna with your brain. You can't use logic. You can't use this intellectual process to understand what is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Atapi te deva padambuja dvaya prasada lishana grahita evahi janati tavam bhagavan mahimno nachanya eko charam vichimban. Many prayers in the 14th chapter, which is Brahma's prayers, after he has this encounter. And in this prayer he says that unless you get, or he says if you get, even a trace of mercy from the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lesha, just means a tiny trace of mercy from the Lord, then you can understand him. Otherwise, if you try with your own intellect, then you can go on for millions of years, millions of births, you'll never understand Krishna. So now Krishna begins to reveal to Brahma what is actually going on, and he shows that each one of the expansions of the boys and the calves is actually a Narayan form, his own Narayan form. I was asked this question before, that, well, it's Vrindavan, why would there be a Narayan form? And it's a direct expansion of Krishna. And then I found in a commentary that actually it's because Brahma's Ishtadev, before when he was interacting with Krishna, is more from the Vasudev Krishna, not Vrindavan Krishna. Therefore, to fulfill his desire, he shows these expansions as Vasudev. In any case, Brahma then sees the inconceivable, and that is that everything's emanating from this cowherd boy. All the universes, all the energies, all the Vishnu tattvas, they're all coming from Krishna, the cowherd boy. And then you see this picture, which is right there in the back wall. If you can direct the camera back there for the viewers at home. It's a beautiful picture of, you see Brahma, and he's worshiping this little cowherd boy. And now Brahma is this huge, imposing form of a demigod. And Krishna's just a simple little cowherd boy, holding a stick, a flute. He's just decorated with forest flowers. And Brahma is in his revelation, so much in ecstasy, he's rubbing his eyes. He's got 4 heads, so he's got 8 eyes to rub. And then he falls down like a stick and puts all his helmets down at the lotus feet of Krishna and gets up. And then you have the 14th chapter, the Brahma Stuti, Brahma's prayers. It's very important for those in the Brahma Madhva Gaudiya Sampradaya to understand what is the revelation of Brahma. Of course, we have there in the Brahma Samhita, but even in more detail, we have Brahma's clear revelation of Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And that's important to us because that's our sadhya, our goal. It's to worship Krishna. And what is the mood in which to worship Krishna, and what does he look like? What are his features and so forth? They're all mentioned there in this 14th chapter of the Bhagavatam. Jai. So I just read a couple of verses from this 14th chapter, but before I do, I'll just take a couple of reflections. Yes, Prabhu.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, thank you for bringing up this topic and explain it so nicely. You really transformed the whole atmosphere in that particular mood of Lord Brahma's prayer. I have a question that when we read actually Brahma Samhita, we see that all the primordial truths are revealed by Lord Brahma. Even he actually gives the idea of prema of Goloka, love of Godhead in the different type of relationship, the material world's relationship with the Supreme Lord and his different expansions as well. So it seems like he is already aware of all these truths, but still he is bewildered when he sees the Vrindavan Leela. It seems like a little contradictory because he also is considered Mahajana. So whatever he understands or he gives in his teaching, that is to be followed by all the souls. And you are also mentioning at Brahmamadagariya, he's our prime spiritual master as well. So how to understand that, he's getting bewildered even in Vrindavan pastime? Or
this is Yoga Maya. And this is described by Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, that Krishna is obviously extending his Yoga Maya potency for Brahma in this situation, so that he doesn't see the intimate pastimes of Krishna until he reveals to him, gives him an inkling of that. And so it's not unusual, unreasonable, even considering that Balaram couldn't see it. If Balaram couldn't see it, what to speak of Brahma in that situation. So it was staged. Maya Javani Kachanam Ajad Hoksajam Avyayam Nalakshache Mudadrita Nato Natya Darodyata. There's a way in which Krishna is always, opening the curtain and then the stage, and then he's playing another drama to show his pastimes, especially for his devotees. And then he reveals to Brahma at that particular point more than he's revealed before. Because actually it's mentioned even in the Brahma Samhita that he just gave him a glimpse. It's not that everything was revealed to him at that time. That's very specifically mentioned in the Brahma Samhita. And now in this Vrindavan pastime, he's revealing a lot more. Something. Yes. Prabhu, go ahead. 1, 2.
Hare Krishna, Maharaj.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you for the amazing class. Maharaj, I just had one reflection and a question. Regarding logic, I found it very relevant for my sadhana that with logic we cannot understand the Lord. And you mentioned that we came to this world blind, not knowing anything. So in this regard, I was reminded of a definition Chaitanya Charan Prabhu gave. He contrasted these two words, illogical and translogic. So illogical is something that cannot stand in the presence of logic, and translogic is something in whose presence logic cannot stand. So topics about Krishna are translogic, he was explaining.
Yeah. Thank God for Chaitanya Charan. No, really, it's important to have those who are just full-time dedicated to considering the topic of Krishna consciousness and then putting it, reframing it in such ways that it becomes handy. And that's one of the great benefits of association with devotees. You get those who, they may not be like Chaitanya Charan is an intellectual giant, and he does these kinds of things. And then you'll find other devotees, they don't work with their intellect as much, but then they set an example in a more earthly way. You just see their example. And in the complete association of devotees, you get satisfied from the intellect, and then on a visceral level, you see how to perform devotional service in a simple way, and so forth. So very important. Yes, thank you for bringing that gem out from Chaitanya Charan Prabhu. Yes, Prabhu.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji. Thank you for the wonderful pastime. So it also reminded me that just like you were mentioning how this is an orchestration of Yogamaya, we see that when Brahma visits Krishna, he is not visibly displeased like he was displeased with the case of Indra. So that also offers evidence to see that how this is an orchestration of Yogamaya.
Yeah, actually, as mentioned in the Nectar of Devotion, that Krishna has various qualities under the quality of being grave. The Brahma and his encounter with Krishna in Vrindavan in this pastime is given as an example because actually Krishna didn't say anything. Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur says he spoke to him mentally, but externally he didn't say anything. Even as Brahma's offering all these prayers, he didn't respond. And he was very grave in that way. And in the context also, after Brahma offered his prayers and worshipped him and so forth, there's a description of how the cowherd boys, his friends in Vrindavan, saw how Brahma was worshipping him and so forth. And then, afterwards they came down to play with Krishna and they were like, who was that guy? And what all this paraphernalia here? They started playing with it. So there's no, although these are exalted personalities, they're playing the part. And we see the contrast between Brahma's mood and the mood of the residents of Vrindavan. Yes.
This is from online. Gokula Tarini Mataji from Chennai asks, you said about how much mercy of Krishna can reveal him to us. How the mercy of Krishna can reveal him to us. What's the most important activity that we have to do to attract his mercy?
The most important activity is to get the favor of Vaishnavas. Because Krishna invests his mercy with his devotees. And therefore, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, when he's describing the process of devotional service to Sanatana Goswami, you'll find in the 22nd chapter of the Madhya Lila, he tells how when one becomes fortunate after wandering in the universe, that fortune is displayed when he meets a devotee. The devotees are the repository, the ashraya of Krishna's mercy. And so there's the ways in which one becomes fortunate. First of all, one comes in contact with Vaishnavas and does some kind of service or has some kind of association, even unknowingly. And then later on, the person makes advancement by association with devotees knowingly. Adau Shraddha Tata Sadhusanga. The first steps. The first step is that one has to have faith. Faith means there's this awakening understanding that, I should be doing devotional service. It's a good idea. But where does that come from? Rupa Goswami says that one's inkling about devotional service and desire for sadhusanga, it comes from sadhusanga. And how that comes about, he says, just like we have samskars in this world, purva samskar, previous impressions from our association, purusha prakriti stohi punkte prakriti jangunan karanam gunasangosya sarasad yoni janmasu. Krishna says in Gita, in a general way, that all the good and bad various situations we're in and the way we perceive the world, as he mentioned in the 17th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, that everyone sees the world in a certain way because of the aggregate of samskars that we have that make up our personality in this world. We say personality, but actually what it is combinations and permutations of various samskars from our association in previous lifetimes. That's why some person says, I like country western, and the other person says, I like Bollywood, and another person says, I like jazz. So, these are all actually not personal preferences. They are personal preferences, but they're based on our material association. And all our likes and dislikes and our personality in this world, they're coming from the Purva Samskar. Now I've forgotten the question again. So roundabout. So then there's a way in which when we get association with sadhus, with Vaishnavas, when we come in contact with pure Vaishnavas, through the process of which described throughout the Bhagavatam, yadricha. Yadricha means by good fortune, by good luck. How did it happen? I don't know. Because Vaishnavas are independent. They're swatantra, actually. When the Vaishnavas are liberated, then what is the business of the Vaishnavas? We hear from the beginning of the Srimad Bhagavatam, we hear about Shukadev Goswami and what was his motive for wandering around the world. Somebody over here tell us. Karunayaha Purana Guhyam Tam vyasa sunam upayami gurum muninam. Why would Shukadev, why does it say Shukadev Goswami why did he set out to walk around?
Yam pravajantam anupetam apeta krityam dvaipayano virahakatara ajuhava putreti tanmayataya tarvo pinedus tam sarvabhuta hridayam munuman tosmi.
Next one.
Vyasvanubhavas ekam
Samsarinam karunayaha. Out of a sense of compassion, karunayaha, to give mercy to others. That's the only for the liberated soul, for the Vaishnav who's liberated. Then there's only one impetus in life. There's no personal interest in the material world whatsoever, and there's no. He has no motive to go out in the world except out of a sense of overflowing compassion. Atma pamyena sarvatra samam pashati Arjuna sukham va yadiva dukam sa yogi paramo mataha. Krishna says, my opinion, the best yogi is the one who understands the plight of the living entities in the material world and out of compassion goes out to give mercy. Actually, you're better off with a Vaishnav than with Krishna. Because Krishna's like the sun. Sun doesn't understand darkness. I told that story about the sun, called all this sun rays together and said, go out and find me some shadows and bring them back. So the sun rays went out and they came back a few days later and said, we couldn't get any. They kept running away. So Krishna is like that, but the Vaishnav can actually see Atma pamyena sarvata samam pashityu Sukham va yadivadu come. He understands the situation of other living entities in the material world, and therefore he has this sense of compassion. Atma pamyena, his heart goes out to them. And so then you get these Vaishnavas, Karuna Yaha Puranaguya. He goes out, does Shukadev Goswami as an example. He's completely independent. He doesn't have to go anywhere. He's not attached to anything in the material world. He's got no reason to move around. He's not on the 101 freeway because he's got to go to work, because there's no debt. He has no debt to pay. Devarshi bhutatma nrinam pitranam nakinkaro nayam nirnicharajan sarvatmana ya sharanam sharanyam kato mukundam parihritakardam. Someone who's completely surrendered to the Supreme Personality of Godhead is no longer a debtor. The only reason I move in this world in the first place is because I have a debt. If I didn't have a debt to pay, I wouldn't have to go anywhere, right? Say yes. So then, why do Vaishnavas move around? That's a big question. They move around because they're giving mercy from one place to another, and that's how the mercy gets distributed. It's through the medium of the Vaishnavas, the Madhyama Adhikari. The Uttama Adhikari sees everyone's fine. It's like they're already engaged. They're better than me, so why would we give out mercy? So the Uttama, when it comes down to the Madhyama level, or someone who's risen to the Madhyama level, then thinks, there are these various conditions of life. Ishvare taradineshu balisheshu dusatsucha prema maitri kripopeksha yakaroti samadhyamaha. He's looking and seeing, there's a person in need of mercy and is open, so he pours it in. So the Vaishnavas then move about the world, and when somebody comes in contact with a devotee, yadrishcha, and gets association, then he gets a samskar. From the power of the Vaishnavas speaking, as mentioned by Prithu Maharaj, it's like the saffron particles. Saffron particles come from the person who's so in love with Krishna. When he speaks, his or her voice touches the lotus feet of Krishna and dislodges the saffron particles that are there. And then the sound vibration is mixed with that. So when it comes in the ear, then there's a transformation that takes place. And one thinks, I'd like to be like that. And that transformation, it's also mentioned in the verse in the Bhagavatam, Pravishna Karna Randrena, Swanam Bhavam Sarodham, Tunoti Salilam Krishna, Salilasya Yata Sharat. Just as in the autumn season, the rain comes and it clears out. It makes all the rivers and the lakes become clear. Unlike in the monsoon rain when everything gets muddy. Now it becomes clear. And now, if you wanted to clear out all the mud from the lakes and the streams, how would you do it, Gita Priya? If you're going to do it scientifically, do you have science class? Did they teach you how to clear mud out of lakes and ponds and streams? Anyone? What do you use? It's a common element. Alum. We have a scientist in the front row. Alum. You take alum, you put it in water, and then all the particulate matter coagulates, and it goes down to the bottom, and then you have clear. But how are you going to do that all over the Bay Area? You have to go to Lafayette Reservoir, try to get enough alum to drop in there from a helicopter or something, and then there's the Russian River, and who knows what else. You can't do it through individual effort. But the verse points out that if a great soul distributes the transcendental knowledge, then everyone can take advantage. And by Krishna's mercy, then everything can become cleared up. So the power of the Vaishnava is unlimited. It's mentioned also in Kirata Hunanda Pulinda Pulkasha Abhirashumba Yavana Kasadaya Yene Japapa Yarapashraya Shaya Shudyanti Tasmai Prabha Vishnave Namaha. Because of the power of Vishnu that comes through the Vaishnavas, then anybody can become purified from their prarabdha karma. And this Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says, he says, Sadhu Sangha, Sarva Sangha, Sarva Shastra Koi. So he says all these Shastras are saying Sadhu Sangha. That's what starts it all. It all comes from Sadhu Sangha. And then once one has this samskara connected to a sadhu, then one gets this shraddha, this faith. It's because of association of Vaishnavas. It's mentioned in Maharaj Nimi. He was just doing his thing as a king. That's weird. And who showed up? Kavi, Havi, Antariksha, Prabhuda, Pipalana, Avirhotra, Drumala, Chamasa, and Karbajana. 9 of them. 9 very powerful Vaishnav sages showed up. And how? Yadrishya. They just did, because they're independent, and here we are. And by that association, he became a great devotee. He asked his questions and became purified. And Bhavadvida Bhagavatas Tirtha Bhuta Swayam Vivo Tirtha Kurvanti Tirtani Swantakstena Gadabrata. Yudhishthir confirms when he's speaking to Vidura, said, you're going out to all the holy places, but actually you're purifying the holy places. It's one thing to go to a holy place, but most people go there and they just dump all their sins there. It's like, okay, get rid of them, and now let's go home and do it again. But the Vaishnavas, they're a walking tirtha. They can purify even the holy places by their association. And so you'll see again and again throughout the Bhagavatam that it's the Vaishnav association and benediction that's allows one to take to the path to devotional service. How about Nalakuvera and Manigriva? They got association with Narada. Narada wasn't too happy with them. Even you meet a Vaishnava, and the Vaishnava says, you just messed up. I curse you. He cursed them, and then he said, but, you're going to meet Krishna later. And so that's what you get when you meet Vaishnavas. You get this direct mercy. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, devotional service starts by one's even unknown association with Vaishnavas. And then it becomes known, and then one deliberately associates with Vaishnavas. It's the root cause of devotional service, and it's the way in which we continue to advance. That's why he advises so many times, avoid Vaishnava Aparadha. Because if you offend the main source of your advancement in devotional service, then how will you advance? Don't bite the hand that feeds you. The Vaishnavas are the ones that allow us to come to Krishna. Is that all right? Yes. Okay. All right. Prabhu, 1, 2.
So Maharaj, in the beginning of the class, you mentioned that in the temple where you were there in Mayapur, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had done the chanting of the holy name with his close associates. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is spreading the movement of congregational chanting, but at the same time, he had chanting only with the close associates. So how do we reconcile these two things?
The way that we can reconcile is to understand that we have to have, a quality level of practice of devotional service in our lives in order to distribute to others. That's why when I conceived the four laws of book distribution, I pointed out that the first is your sadhana must be strong. Before you go out and start telling everybody else, you should do this, you should be doing it yourself. And we should have a place to repair to where we can actually have that level of bhajan, where we're feeling really enlivened and there's an overflow. And then we can go out into the world and distribute it to others. And that's exactly what happened at Sri Vasangam. He first started with the most intimate of devotees, and then he opened the doors and let the floodwaters out and said, go do this elsewhere. And Prabhu, yes.
Thank you, Maharaj, for amazing class. I just have a question that, so like Brahma got bewildered after seeing Krishna because he was seeing that Krishna should, like he's Supreme Personality of Godhead, he should act in a particular way, that he's acting like a cow, he's acting in a very friendly way, doing all these things. So sometimes in our daily lives, like from my end, like I sometimes think devotees from my perspective that they should act in certain ways, and I end up judging them based upon that, because they should like certain things and certain services, and they should have particular orientation. So I end up judging devotees. So my question is like how to maintain balance between like not to end up judging devotees and also having a discrimination that of taking the association of like-minded devotees.
Well, you can be develop the same kind of vision that Krishna has, Bhavagrahi Janardhan. Bhavagrahi Janardhan means that Krishna understands the most essential mood of the devotee and takes that. Krishna doesn't judge based on the external circumstances of a Vaishnav. Api chet sudaracharo bhajate mama nanyabhak. He says, even if, api chet means even if a devotee is sudarachara, externally it looks like, oh, he's dipping into worldliness, what's this? They said if he's properly situated in his determination in devotional service, he's to be considered a sadhu. So we can consider like that also. And then we get corollary instructions, for instance, from Rupa Goswami. He says, Drishtai sabhava janitarva pushashta dosha na prakritatfamiha bhakta janasya pasyat gangam nasamna kalabut buddha pena pankar brahma dravatvam abhagachti niradharmai. This verse says, don't look at the devotees externally and see their external circumstance. They may have a deformed body or have some quirkiness about them, and that is not consequential. Just as much as the bubbles, foam, and mud in the Ganges are not consequential to somebody who knows what the Ganges is. You know the Ganges is coming from the spiritual world. You look at it and you're like, okay, a little straw and a few bubbles and whatever else there is, I'll just push it out of the way. I'm taking my bath. So devotees should be viewed like that. Drishtai sabhava. You should see actually what is their real nature. Their full intention is to engage in devotional service. So one should not consider these things. One has to be an essence seeker and see what is the real purpose of the devotee, how he or she is aligned in devotional service, and take advantage in that way. So just means there's a discipline to follow what Rupa Goswami says. That's why he put it in there. Was there a question or comment from the Pandit pit over here? Yes? No? Okay, yes.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you for coming back and raining on us again.
Thanks for allowing me. I couldn't wait to get back.
Got a bit parched.
Yeah, it's a weird thing because I'm usually in Vrindavan during Kartik, and then I come back and they're traveling for the marathon, and then I put my head up for 2 seconds and I go, hey, we're leaving for India. And then it's another month. So it's a pretty intense thing to be away for so long.
It's good because it reminds us that nothing stays forever.
Yeah.
Like Guru Maharaj is always here and his lectures are always here and we can always come in a Saturday. It's not like that anymore.
No, I mean, it's intense. The time factor is pulling us all along. Krishna's pulling us all along, and take what you can get while you've got it is one thing that I'm thinking about a lot lately. And don't expect everything to stay the same. It's not going to. It's always going to be changing. So you have to really take advantage of what you have right now. Please go ahead.
The most important activity to do is to get Krishna's mercy, and to do that we have to attract the dash of the Vaishnavas. What? To attract the, I didn't get the word, the blank of the Vaishnavas. Are we attracting their mercy, their blessings? The favor of the...
Favor?
So to get the favor of the Vaishnavas, is it only in our... So a Vaishnav may give a lecture. He may give an instruction. He may show by doing. How do I understand favor of a Vaishnava?
Well, I mean, Vaishnavas are all favor. They're like desire trees. That's a vancha kalpaturubhascha kripasindhabevacha. They're always giving favor. There is no downside, really, to association of Vaishnav. The main point is that I should prepare myself to take advantage of it. Not everybody can take advantage of the mercy of a Vaishnav. So one of the ways that we advance in devotional service is to prepare ourselves to associate with Vaishnavas properly. That's why so many instructions are given, not the least of which is, again, in the Nectar of Instruction, where it is said, Krishneti. Yeah, so this verse from the Sri Upadeshamrita gives a summary of what so many of the Vaishnava scriptures say, which is learn how to associate properly with Vaishnavas. And then, this question comes up, what's a Vaishnav? This is something that the residents of Kulina Gram asked, because Mahaprabhu said, worship the Vaishnavas, said, excuse me, hello, can you tell me what's a Vaishnava? It's like, first time he met them, he said, a Vaishnava is anyone who says Hare Krishna. So if you hear Hare Krishna come from somebody's mouth, you go, hey, wait a minute. And be careful who you're associating with. I was in the New Jersey airport. We just flew in from that 16-hour flight from Mumbai. And it's a madhouse in there because there's 2 carousels, and then they say, okay, your bags are coming in on either carousel 12 or 13. I was like, 12 or 13? I got to stand here and watch both. And then they say, and New Delhi's coming in too. And I'm like, oh my God. So then, you know how the bags start coming in? There's so many of them that they're like getting, and they just keep putting them on there. So I was standing there, and all these people looked at me and they go, I can't reach my bag. Can you grab it? So I was just, one after another, can you get my bag too? So I just in a service mode, and I was like, I think I can do some. My bags aren't coming in. I can't find them, so I might as well help others. So I was helping them. I turned around, and the lady goes, I know you're Vaisheshika. And I was thinking, lucky thing I was being nice, But it turned out I had run into her 2 years ago on another flight, and she had been to the Govardhan Eco Village. So, and she was sitting 1 row in front of me. But my point was, you never know who you're dealing with. And if somebody can say Hare Krishna, you should appreciate that this person's a Vaishnav, because it's a rare thing to say Hare Krishna, to say God's name like that. This is what Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says. And then the next year, the residents of Kulina Gram said, okay, again, they asked the question, what is a Vaishnav? And then did Chaitanya Mahaprabhu the definition of a Madhyamadikari, and he said someone who's always chanting Hare Krishna. They never stop. And then the third year, they asked, and then he gave the definition of the Uttama Adhikari. And he said, okay, a Vaishnav is somebody who, when you see them, you start chanting. So, I forget the question exactly, but it had something to do with association. Huh? Yeah, so the Vaishnavas are always giving favor, but if I can avail myself of that favor, if I can prepare myself to take advantage of that mercy, and that's something Krishna mentions in the Bhagavad Gita, right? He says in the Gita, Tadvidi pranipatina. So first thing, pranipatina, go with a humble mood. You know, if you're puffed up, you can sit with a Vaishnava and miss everything. They say, I already know that. It's like, who is this person, you know? You don't get it. You should be pranipat, like submitting yourself. And pariprashneya sevaya, ask questions that are relevant, and means that your life should be about inquiry. It's like, I already know everything. Why should I ask a question? You don't make very much advancement unless you're really hungry and want to ask questions. This is one of the ways in which, by hearing and chanting, if you walk out of a hearing and chanting session and you've got 3 new questions that you couldn't answer, you're in good shape because you're all loaded up now. And you meet somebody and it's like, I know, I got a question, a burning question, I want to know. And then sevaya, you have to be able to render service to Vaishnavas. And that's exactly what Rupa Goswami says. Nindadi shunya hridamipsita sangalabhya. You should, for those who are obviously situated on a higher level of devotional service, you should try to render service and make inquiries and so forth. So take advantage of as much as you possibly can. Yes. AMD.
Hare Krishna Maharaj. In today's lecture you brought so many things, the mercy, then how we cannot understand the absolute truth by logic, and also I had one question on the logic part where you mentioned that logics are based on premises. Basically, there are some premises, and in material world we don't really know to understand absolute truth. The premises are all they are not definite. Basically, they are relative. They keep changing, right? So is it okay? Because yet we try to apply logic to understand, even in the spiritual field. So is it okay to say that if we rely on the premises given by the acharyas and then apply the logic on that, is that the correct way of applying logic to understand something?
Yeah. Yeah, it's not that we don't use logic, but it should be aligned with the basic understanding and principles given by Krishna and the acharyas. That's why Kaviraj Goswami says, if you want to use your logic, then apply it to the mercy of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and see his magnanimity. Then, proper use of logic. It's not that we discard logic, but the point is that you can't understand the absolute truth simply with logic. Because the point is that we're tiny. And how can we know and we're infinitesimal. How can we know the infinite? And the answer is that the infinite can reveal himself to the infinitesimal if he feels like it. This is Nayamatma pravachanena labhyona medayana bahuna shrutena yami vaisha vrinute tena labhyas tashyaisha esha vrivinute tanum shwam. This verse from the Padma Purana says that the Supreme Absolute Truth reveals himself to whomever he chooses to reveal himself to. And that this makes sense, logical sense. For instance, if you're in an inferior position and you're trying to get something from somebody who's superior, what do you have to do? Let's put a simple example. You're going for a job interview. Somebody has something you want, but you're inferior. Does this make logical sense? You're the one going for the job interview, so you're in an inferior position. Otherwise, why are you going for the interview? It would be the other way around if you were superior, right? So what do you do to get ready for the interview? Give me a few practical tips, since I've never been to a job interview. I literally haven't. Okay, so what do you have to do? You dress up nicely. What else?
Prepare.
You speak nicely.
Yeah, you try to say things which pleases him or whatever
you try
he
to
wants.
say pleasing things. Like, what is that person like? Right? If you go into the company and you know that, they increased sales by, 80% last year, like, yeah, you guys are fantastic. I saw your sales increase. What a great company. What a great logo. By the way, I like the way you're dressed. You take a humble position. This is one example, but I mean, many examples are there. If the inferior goes to the superior, this is the technique for getting what you want. And that's exactly what Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita. Amanidvam, adamvitvam, acharya, so on. There's all these ways in which that one gets knowledge from a superior person. So the Supreme is the unlimitedly superior person, the original Supreme Person. So you can't just barge in with your shoes on and say, hey, I'm here, hand it over. You have to go in and be humble and make relevant inquiries and be sincere. Otherwise, but the superior wants to reveal himself to the inferior. Otherwise, why were we created? It doesn't make any logical sense that, like this idea that if you have offspring and then you hide yourself, what if parents, they had kids and like, well, who's your parents? I have no idea. I never met them. They've hidden themselves from me. The idea of parenthood is that there's this interaction. I had kids so I can hang out with them and they'll appreciate me, right? I mean, one would hope. That at least that's the idea. There's some bhava there. It's like, oh, my little kid. It's like, oh, daddy, mommy, you're so great. And it's like, oh, thank you, God, for such nice children. And so there's this inferior superior relationship. And sanitya nitya sambandha prakritischa paraivasa Brahma Samhita. So we have this eternal relationship, kinship with the Lord, that He's our maintainer. Nityo nityanam chetanas chetananam eko bahunam yovidadati kaman. So the process of devotional service really logically means that we submit ourselves for it's our interview. And it's like, you're great, I'm small, please help me. Otherwise there's no access. And the Supreme wants to reveal Himself, and so He could share His joy. Eko bahushyam. Why does the one become many? Because joy wants to share itself. When you get something nice, you go around and show everybody. What if you find a gold coin on your way home today worth, $500,000? You just hide it in a coffee can, put it in the backyard, and you don't tell anybody? You tell somebody, right? Because I got to tell somebody. So this is the idea. You want to tell somebody, otherwise what's the use unless somebody knows about it? And what's the use of the Supreme unless there are people to know about Him and want to worship Him? That's why the Lord expands Himself, so He has unlimited worshipers, and every one of them has a unique, eternal relationship with the Lord. Every unlimited soul has a unique, unlimited relationship with the Lord, and that's Ananda. All those relationships, Ananda Mayo Bhyasat. We were born for that relationship of bliss with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. What else? Any other thing? Yes.
So we were talking about the Lord's mercy, that without a trace of His mercy, we can't understand the Lord without His mercy. I was just reminded of the pastime of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, when he's initially very proud and he thinks that sannyasi is nice, but he should be initiated in a greater sampradaya and all. So Gopinath Acharya, he brings out these verses from this 10:14 that you cannot understand without a trace of the Lord's mercy. I was just reminded when you were talking about that.
Yeah, it's a perfect application and a really good story for that this is Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya couldn't understand the Supreme Absolute Truth, and although they were having a scriptural discussion, then Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya said, what's your proof? And basically Gopinath Acharya said, well, you won't be able to understand any truth because you haven't received the mercy of the Supreme. And he said, he said, Sarvabhauma says, so what's the proof that you've got mercy? He says, I understand that he's a Supreme Personality of God. And in a way, that it sounds like circular reasoning, but the fact is that there are certain truths that reveal themselves. And this is Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And not only that, great philosophers point that out too. Socrates, Plato, they said there's a way in which there has to be certain kinds of knowledge that's self-revealing. It reveals itself. Otherwise, through logic, you get an infinite regress. You keep going backwards. There's nothing ultimately through logic that you can prove. It has to come out and prove itself. And Mahaprabhu said in his discussions with Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya that the sun reveals itself. You don't have to argue about it. It comes up and everyone knows, there it is. Sarvabhauma was using logic to describe the absolute truth, and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, your description is like clouds that's blocking the actual light of the sun. It comes through clearly by itself. Yeah.
One thing I reminded when Manjulkanta Mataji asked about that favor and you gave example, just hang around the Vaishnavas. I was reading Chaitanya Charitamrita in which the pastime of like when the Rath Yatra dance was happening and when Pratap Rudra Maharaj was with Harichandan and in the front Srivas Thakur was there and Srivas Thakur was like trying to see and Harichandan was posing from behind and he just slapped the Harichandan on his lap and then Harichandan became a little angry, but Maharaj Pratap Rudra told him that, hey, you have got the mercy, I am not so much fortunate. So I was just substantiating the point that you're saying, that how it just be even this proximity of Vaishnavas, you get mercy.
Even if you get smacked.
It may be like different mercy, but they're always merciful in some way or other.
That's right. Yeah. Okay, Prabhu, last one, and then I'll read you some of the prayers by Brahma.
Thank you, Maharaj, for the class. I have a burning question. Initially, I thought of not asking, but I have to ask. Initially, you mentioned that we are following Vyasdev's Vedanta. By Vedanta, do you mean Srimad Bhagavatam? I could not understand.
Well, the summarization of the Upanishads is there in the Vedanta Sutra. And then the natural commentary means the commentary given by the author himself is the Srimad Bhagavatam. We find you'll find this in the 5th chapter of the Bhagavatam, 1st canto, after Srila Vyasadeva had done what he thought was due diligence to reveal to the world the nature of the absolute truth. He compiled, of course, he had done Vedanta Sutra, and then he gave Mahabharata, because this was a bridge book. Just like we have Chant and Be Happy and The Higher Taste and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, it's a cookbook, man, take it with you. If people used to come back, they say, Christians would get it and they go, Hare Krishna recipes, I don't like this. And my friend Bopadeva goes, okay, no problem, but which recipe is it that you didn't like? Which recipe did you disagree with? In any case, the Mahabharata there and the Puranas, they're all there, even the Bhagavad Purana. But there was not the clear description of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So even in his endeavor to give a full description for the people in general of how to migrate out of ignorance and come up to the absolute truth, he still felt incomplete. And therefore, he consulted his guru and said, I did everything. I'm following strict vows, and I'm not doing anything apparently wrong, but I just don't feel like I'm connected properly. I'm morose. And his guru said, of course, because what you're missing is a clear description of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. You haven't revealed that to the world. In fact, you're kind of cheating people. Through this process, of course, the Bhagavatam comes out and says, Dharma protita kaitava, no more cheating. But because you've given concessions and all these indirect means to come to the absolute truth, therefore, people take advantage of that. And they'll just say, yeah, sense gratification. And they veer off on the wrong way. So he says, you have to tell directly about the Supreme Personality of Godhead. After his meeting with Srila Narada, then Vyasadeva goes into trance. And he sees for himself directly, by the mercy of his guru, the pastimes of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Then he comes back and he speaks the rest of the Bhagavatam, or he brings out the conclusion of the Bhagavat Purana, and this is called Samadhi Bhashya. He's speaking after direct experience in his Samadhi. And then you have the pastimes of the Supreme Personality of Godhead enumerated there. And this becomes what is called the natural commentary after Samadhi of Srila Vyasadeva. And this is why Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said that this is the ultimate conclusion. And that's the other reason that the Vaishnavas for many years did not have a commentary on the Vedanta Sutra. And they didn't feel they needed one. The other sampradayas, they would give their commentaries on the Vedanta Sutra, but not other Vaishnava sampradayas. But the Vaishnavas didn't have one, the Gaudiya Vaishnavas. And the reason was that is the natural commentary. Of course, Baladev Vidyabhusan then went and took permission by the order of the Vaishnavas. You do this commentary. Then he went to Govindaji and he asked permission. And Govinda gave his permission. And then he spoke through him, did Govinda. So he gave that commentary on the Vedanta Sutra, but it wasn't necessary because the Bhagavatam is the commentary. So read Bhagavatam, study Bhagavatam, know Bhagavatam, and you'll know Krishna directly through the Srimad Bhagavatam. There's no difference. Krishne swadamo bhagate dharma ganadi bisaha kalo nashta drishamesha purar narko danodita. So after Krishna left, then Bhagavatam appeared. And by Bhagavatam, one gets direct association with Krishna and his devotees and can come to understand everything. Serve the Bhagavatam in both its forms. You have to serve the book Bhagavat and the person Bhagavat. This is the admonition given in the Srimad Bhagavatam itself. You serve the Bhagavatam and the devotees who are embodiments of the Bhagavatam. As one of them is passive, the other is an active agent who can give you direct instructions, pull you by the ear if necessary, and say, no, go this way, not that way, and help you. The Bhagavatam may not reach out and grab you. It's there when you read it, but the person Bhagavat will show by example and also by instruction. Okay, so now this is from the prayers of Brahma. Just give an idea of his mood here in 10.14.1. Brahma says, Now midya te Brahma pushe tadit ambaraya gunjavatamsa paripichala sanmukaya Vanyasraje Kavalavetra Vishana Venu Lakshma Shriye Brudupute Pashupangajaya Pashupangajaya, isn't that nice? Pashupangajaya, Pashupa of the cowherd Nanda Maharaj, and Angajaya unto the sun. The Angajaya. He's an Anga who's Jaya. So, Sri Brahma Uvacha, Lord Brahma said, Naumi, I offer praise. Idya, O most worshipable one. Te, unto you. Abra, like a dark cloud. Vapushe, whose body. Tadit, like lightning. Ambaraya, whose garment. Gunja, made of small berries. Avatamsa, with ornaments for the ears, paripicha, and peacock feathers, lasat, resplendent, mukaya, whose face, vanya srajay, wearing garlands of forest flowers, kavala, a morsel of food, vetra, a stick, vishana, a buffalo horn bugle, venu, and a flute, lakshma, characterized by shriye, whose beauty, mridu, soft, pade, whose feet, pashupa, of the cowherd Nanda Maharaj, Angajaya, unto the sun. See, I could tell you're happy just hearing these word for word, right? Because there's a way that we want to know the details of things. When people speak in generalities, everyone goes, I appreciate each and every one of you, and it's like, yeah, right. I've heard that before, and it doesn't mean anything. It's too generalized. And, when we see the generalities of the world, it's not enough for us. We need specifics. In fact, any drama, if you look in on why there's certain dramas that are popular, it's because there are details you can grab onto. In fact, it's a known fact that for instance, in TV dramas, the reason that people are attracted to it is because of the characters. Not every character is perfect, and just that they have all kinds of quirks, and people look at them and they go like, oh, it's interesting. And there's details about their personality that get revealed throughout the story or the series, whatever it is, that people can relate to. And this is what we want, is the details. So this is the way in which the mind can catch on to the Supreme Absolute Truth, through the details. And these details are, when it comes to Krishna, every one of them is unlimitedly and eternally interesting and ever fresh. And so the Bhagavatam gives the details. Where else are you going to get them? What other scripture in the world is going to give you the details? Many scriptures in the world, there's a general sense that God is all merciful, and that's powerful enough to attract a lot of people, so they'll actually sacrifice their lives for it. But when you start getting, well, let me just say, it's not enough that the mind can actually become attracted to a personal relationship with the Supreme. And the more personal it is, the more that opportunity is there. And that's why Bhagavatam says, Yene ravinaksha vamuktamaninas tvayasta bhavada vashuddha buddhaya. If you're not getting the details about the personality of God, then the kind of liberation that you get is not going to be enough. You're going to fall down from that, because we want details. Flying in an airplane, 16 hours. As soon as you start coming down beneath the clouds, you open the window and you look down, hey, there's some detail again. It's not just the darkness and all the TVs flickering inside. It's not enough. That's the material world. It's a little fuselage with some flickering lights. But we actually want to see as Prabhupada writes in one Bhagavatam purport, we want to see the light of the spiritual world and see the people there. Okay, here's the translation. Lord Brahma said, my dear Lord, you are the only worshipable Lord, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and therefore I offer my humble obeisances and prayers just to please you. O son of the king of the cowherds, your transcendental body is dark blue like a new cloud. Your garment is brilliant like lightning, and the beauty of your face is enhanced by your gunja earrings and the peacock feather on your head. Wearing garlands of various forest flowers and leaves, and equipped with a herding stick, a buffalo horn, and a flute, you stand beautifully with a morsel of food in your hand. So that's a beautiful portrait of Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And again, there it is on that painting in the back with little Krishna as a cowherd boy. He's holding the flute stick. He's got a garland of forest flowers. He's got gunja berries. I don't know if they're there in that picture, but there's those little red and white berries that come from Vrindavan. And Brahma offering his prayers. And here's the purport. In the previous chapter, Brahma, the creator of the universe, tried to bewilder the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Krishna, by stealing his cowherd boyfriends and calves. But by a slight exhibition of Krishna's own mystic potency, Brahma himself was completely bewildered, and now with great humility and devotion, he offers his humble obeisances and prayers unto the Lord. The word kavala in this verse refers to a morsel of rice mixed with yogurt that Krishna held in his left hand. According to Sanatana Goswami, the Lord held a cowherding stick and a buffalo horn pressed under his left arm, and his flute was placed under his belt. Beautiful young Krishna, decorated with multicolored forest minerals, exhibited opulences far greater than those of Vaikuntha. Although Brahma had seen innumerable four-armed forms of the Lord, he now surrendered unto the lotus feet of the two-armed form of Krishna, who appeared as the son of Nanda Maharaj. Brahma offered his prayers to that form. So sometimes people with a poor fund of knowledge, as Prabhupada likes to say, through logic, they say that, well, okay, if you say God's a person, you're being anthropomorphic. Look up the word, please. Anthro means man, and pomorphic means that you've created something in the image. So they say, this is worshiping God as a person is anthropomorphism, which means
having human characteristics.
Anything more? Yes? Say what?
Anthropomorphic is
Go
the
ahead.
attribution of human traits, emotions, or
There you go.
intentions to non-human entities. It is considered to be an innate tendency of human psychology.
Yeah. So there's this idea, and you'll hear it if you haven't already, that, okay, well, you're just egocentric, so he's saying, like, okay, we're humans, so God, he also looks like us, you're just creating. But actually, we're theopomorphic. It's not that God... Yes, you want to say? Theomorphic, thank you. Theomorphic. Yeah, is that in the dictionary? See if you can find theomorphic. It's not that we invented God, it's that God invented us. So, you know, when we see that this two-hand forms, even in the Bible, it says that the humans are created in the image of God. Theomorphic? Say it.
Having divine form, formed in the image of deity, endured with the divine aspect, the Christian emphasis on the theomorphic conception of man rather than the anthropomorphic conception of God.
Right. So we have a similar idea, only we give a lot more description about who the deity actually is. And that's very clearly stated here, unabashedly stated here, that here's God. This is the supreme worshipable object. He's got 2 hands, 2 feet. He wears these particular items and so forth. Oftentimes, people read the Bhagavad Gita, and unless they're in parampara, Guru Parampara, through which the nature of the absolute truth is revealed, then they'll just speculate all over the place. Say, Kurukshetra means this, it means the senses, and they're not actually talking about God. It's just it's a metaphor for something else. Or it's a metaphor. It's not actually the real thing. But through parampara, we understand that God is the supreme person. Well, okay, if he's the supreme person, then tell me something about him. Okay, here you go. You take it. And Prabhupada said this often when he was having a long conversation with Yogi Bhajan. There was this idea about so many people coming from many traditions to a convention that Yogi Prabhu was putting on. And he said, you know, it's time for us all to, I'm speaking literally the words he said to Prabhupada. He said, time for us all to come together, to be together, and to merge together. And Prabhupada's answer was, they will never. He said, you can write it in your book. But throughout his conversation at that time, he was challenging Yogi Bhajan to say, if there is a God, who is that? And Yogi was saying that, well, no one can really know. He's beyond that. Then Prabhupada said, no, it's there. It's not a secret. It's open to everybody who he is. So if you don't know, then you should take our vision. And he said, well, why should we take any one vision? And he said, then you say who it is. You say what it is. Well, we don't really know. Then you take ours. And it comes to this point where, well, why wouldn't I take it? One has to triangulate and go through the epistemology, which I mentioned earlier, Jiva Goswami does. He gives this logical understanding of why you should accept that this is the absolute truth the Srimad Bhagavatam is presenting. And if you can come to that point, Siddhanta Bulya Chitanakara Alash. Alash means don't hesitate and to do something about it yourself. Don't be lazy. In other words, try to figure it out from every angle that you possibly can. Then, if you come to know that Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and this is what he looks like, and this is how to serve him, and so forth, then there's no hindrance. And if you don't have a clear idea, then what can you do? There's no possibility of really moving forward with your full heart. Iha hoite surid lagi ashudrid manas. You won't have a fixed idea about how to perform devotional service if you don't know who he is. Any other points? Yes, Prabhu.
Hare Krishna Prabhu, very nice lecture. Unless we know about these details, we can't do Roop Dhyan. So
we can't do?
Rupa Dhyan. The Krishna's Roop,
yeah,
and his Dhyan, focusing our mind on. So otherwise, like in Muslims, they say God is great, but here it is mentioned how he is great.
Yes, exactly. And the more one hears about Krishna, the more one can understand and actually worship him. And I know when I first came to the temple, I had a lot of enthusiasm for spiritual life. I already made a conclusion I was giving up the material world. And I gave away all my stuff. I've mentally dropped out of everything. But and then I started reading Prabhupada's books. But it was when I saw the deity in the temple, Shri Radha Gokulananda, I couldn't recognize them. I mean, it didn't make sense to me. I looked at the flowers and said, I can relate God's coming through the through the flowers. Until I heard the Bhagavatam and I associated with devotees. And then as I heard more and more, in fact, even the Bhagavatam at first didn't make sense to me. The Bhagavad Gita made a lot of sense because it's so logically presented. You're not your body. There's karma. There's 3 modes of material nature. But then I opened the Bhagavatam and I started reading all these stories and God did this and did that. And it's very hard to understand until I sat and listened to the Bhagavatam class and started to appreciate just that it reveals itself if somebody sits and listens with an open mind, no matter where you start from. God can reveal himself. So the details at first actually may be repugnant to people because it's very difficult to change one's center of attention. The center of attention is myself. And even when I come to spiritual life, I think, okay, I'll come to spiritual life. I get it. I'm God. I just haven't realized it yet. This is the next conclusion people have. And then it's like, no, there is a God. It's like, okay, that's fine, but he's a person. It's like, oh, that's not okay. I really don't like that at all. It's like, you mean he's got a life? And it's like, yeah, and you're part of his life. It's not that he's part of your life. It's the other way around. And that takes a purification of heart to come to this position of understanding the joy of actually that I'm a part of God's life. And that's where mercy comes from, hearing and the association of the devotees. Okay, I'm going to read the second verse. Asyapi deva vapusho madanugrahasya Swecha mayasya nat tu bhuta mayasya kopi Neshe mahi tvavasitum manasantarena Sakshat tvavaiva kim utatma sukhanupute Asya, of this, api, even, deva, O Lord, vapusha, the body, mat anugrahasya, which has shown mercy to me, so icha mayasya, which appears in response to the desires of your pure devotees, na, not, to, on the other hand, bhutamayasya, a product of matter, ka, Brahma, api, even, na ishe, I am not able, mahi, the potency, to, indeed, avasitum, to estimate, manasa, with my mind, antarena, which is controlled and withdrawn, sakshat, directly, tava, your, eva, indeed, kim uta, what to speak, atma, within yourself, sukha, of happiness, anubhute, of your experience. Is everyone all right? We're just hearing and chanting here. You never go broke taking a profit. Okay, translation. My dear Lord, neither I nor anyone else can estimate the potency of this transcendental body of yours, which has shown such mercy to me and which appears just to fulfill the desires of your pure devotees. Although my mind is completely withdrawn from material affairs, I cannot understand your personal form. How then could I possibly understand the happiness you experience within yourself? Is this stuff they teach you in high school? They don't have this? Anything close to it? No? All right. Jai. Krishna. Translation. My dear Lord, neither I nor anyone else can estimate the potency of this transcendental body of yours, which has shown such mercy to me, and which appears just to fulfill the desires of your pure devotees. Although my mind is completely withdrawn from material affairs, I cannot understand your personal form. How then could I possibly understand the happiness you experience within yourself? There's a lot in this verse, and here's the purport. In Krishna's Supreme Personality of Godhead, Volume 1, Chapter 14, Srila Prabhupada explains that in the present verse, Lord Brahma expressed the following prayerful sentiment. Your appearance as a cowherd child is for the benefit of the devotees. And although I have committed offenses at your lotus feet by stealing away your cows, boys, and calves, I can understand that you are now showing me your mercy. That is your transcendental quality. You are very affectionate toward your devotees. Yet in spite of your affection for me, I cannot estimate the potency of your bodily activities. It is to be understood that when I, Lord Brahma, the Supreme Personality of this universe, cannot estimate the childlike body of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, then what to speak of others? And if I cannot estimate the spiritual potency of your childlike body, then what can I understand about your transcendental pastimes? Therefore, as it is said in the Bhagavad Gita, anyone who can understand a little of the transcendental pastimes, appearance, and disappearance of the Lord immediately becomes eligible to enter the kingdom of God after quitting the material body. This statement is confirmed by the Vedas, and it is stated simply, by understanding the Supreme Personality of Godhead, one can overcome the chain of repeated birth and death. I therefore recommend that people should not try to understand you by their speculative knowledge. When Brahma disrespected the supreme status of the personality of Godhead, Lord Krishna first bewildered him by exhibiting the Lord's own transcendental power. Then, having humbled his devotee, Brahma, Krishna gave him his personal audience. According to Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, Lord Krishna's transcendental body can also function through the agency of his plenary expansions called Vishnu Tattva. As stated by Brahma himself in the Brahma Samhita, Angani yasya sakalendriya vrittimanti. This verse indicates not only that the Lord can perform any bodily function with any of his limbs, but also that he can see through the eyes of his Vishnu expansions, or, put on your safety belts, indeed through the eyes of any living entity. I warned you. And similarly, that he can hear through the ears of any Vishnu or Jiva expansion. So be careful what you say to people. Krishna, you see, we're all expansions of Krishna. Our senses are part of Krishna's senses in his body. And therefore, when we're hearing, Krishna's hearing through us. And so everything we do is consequential because the Lord hears it. So there's nothing that we say or do that doesn't have some kind of consequence. So imagine being so fine-tuned that you're aware of Krishna 24 hours a day and that you're his part and parcel, and that everything that you say or do is being directly witnessed by the Lord. And what you say to others, if you've ever wondered why it was that what you told somebody in confidence came out somewhere else, that Krishna knows. He makes arrangements from within the heart. It's not that he's unaware of our movements or that we can hide in a certain way. So why not, the conclusion comes, why not just reveal my full heart and life to Krishna and make it an offering to him? Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur points out that although the Lord can perform any function with any one of his senses, in his transcendental pastimes as Sri Krishna, he generally sees with the eyes, touches with his hands, hears with his ears, and so on. Thus he behaves like a most beautiful and charming young boy. The Vedic knowledge expands from Lord Brahma, who is described in the first verse of Srimad Bhagavatam as Adi Kavi, the primal Vedic scholar. Yet Brahma could not understand the transcendental body of Lord Krishna because it is beyond the reach of ordinary Vedic knowledge. Among all the transcendental forms of the Lord, the two-armed form of Govinda, Krishna, is the original and supreme. Thus, Lord Govinda's pastimes of stealing butter, drinking the gopis' breast milk, tending the calves, playing his flute, and playing childhood sports are extraordinary even in comparison with the activities of the Lord's Vishnu expansions. So we hear about that also from the Padma Purana in the song that we sing during the Damodar Vrat, Kartik Vrat. Namam Ishvaram Sakchidananda Rupam Lasat Kundalam Gokule Vrajamanam. There it's described how his childhood pastimes and all his activities are the most extraordinary, and that this is being revealed by the Lord in Vrindavan especially. From the different perspectives, from the Vaikuntha perspective, these are sort of anomalies. His real form is Narayan, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. But from the perspective of our Sampradaya, the original Supreme Personality of Godhead is this form of Krishna, the cowherd in Vrindavan. One point especially is that we need a place to repose our love and our energy. And when we consider that I am this material body and my offspring belong to me, this is my country, and we give our energy in any inferior place, the reciprocation won't be enough and we'll be dissatisfied. But if we understand that there's original source, everything, and what is that ultimate object, and we give our attention and love there, we won't be disappointed at all. And as we heard in the Japa circle this morning, Krishna is fully present in his name, especially the name we receive through the disciplic succession, which is the Prem Nam, coming from Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So the process of devotional service as given to us by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu through our founder Acharya Srila Prabhupada is perfect and complete. Om Tat Sat. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Yes.
Guru Maharaj, you were talking about how Krishna can hear and see everything we do because he's present. He's also present as the Paramatma, so in the sense that he's always hearing us. But I wanted to understand that in relation to this concept of speaking our mind and, complaining or expressing our frustration or sharing our deepest thoughts, that you ended it by saying, so why don't you just reveal your heart to him? But the thought comes that, when I interact with a regular person, I get immediate gratification. The person hears me, responds, and I feel validated or, corrected, whatever it may be. But with Krishna, when I sit and talk to Krishna, it's kind of like a one-way transaction. I'm only pouring. How do I make that work related to my need versus his ability to solve it?
Well, that's why, as mentioned, Naivo Payantya Pachitim Kavyastavesha Brahma Yushapi Kritam Rita Muda Smaranta Yontar Bahish Tanubritam Ashubhan Vadunvan Acharya Chaitya Vapusha Swagatim Vyanakti. As Sri Uddhava says, in the 11th canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam, who could express enough gratitude to Krishna? Even he said, if I have the lifetime of Brahma, during that span, and I did my best to express my gratitude every single day, I wouldn't be able to express enough gratitude to Krishna. Why? Because he comes one as the super soul within the heart, Antaryami, but then he expands himself outwardly as the Acharya. Acharya means the devotee who's acting, showing by personal example. That's what an Acharya means, somebody who acts like a devotee. Is a devotee and acts like a devotee to show us the example and gives us instruction from outside. Antar bahis, so from within and from without, you're helping me. Tanu Britam Ashubhan Vadunvan Acharya Chaitra Vapusha Swagatim. He's showing me your own path. You are showing me your own path through the Paramatma and also through your teacher, the Guru, from outside. Swagatim Vyanakti, you're revealing it to me. That's why he's giving this appreciation, so much gratitude. So, first of all, we take advantage of the localized form of the Lord who comes to us in our own village in the form of Shiksha and Diksha Gurus. Because there Kaviraj Goswami says in the first chapter of the Chaitanya Charitamrita that these are equal manifestations of the Lord. They're his expansions, Shiksha and Diksha Guru. Not that they are Krishna, but they're manifestations of his energies simply to guide us. And he includes in that list the Vartmana Pradakshaka Guru that reveals the path to us in the first place. And then there's the Shiksha Gurus who give us instruction how to water the seed. And then there's the Diksha Guru who gives us the mantra so we could become mantra drashta. We can see the truth through the mantra. So all these are Krishna's mercy, and they're the answer to his. Haven't you ever experienced? You're sitting there praying, and then all of a sudden, knock, knock, knock. Hey, here I am. It's me, Richie Corsa. Whoever it may be, comes into your life. If you pray, Krishna will send you the guide. And then he says in the Bhagavad Gita, Tesham satata yuktanam, bhajatam priti purvakam, dadami buddhi yogam tam yena mam upayantite. Elsewhere he says, if you don't want to know me, I can help you to forget. I'll give you the perfect philosophy. And it's like you just change one word. You can say, I'm a theist. And then somebody changes their mind and say, I'm atheist. You just move the A over by like a quarter of an inch, and then you've got atheist to atheist. It's not so far a stretch. And I've seen it happen. It's like, I'm a theist, and then I'm atheist. So that's all coming from Krishna from within. So if you're sincere and you pray to Krishna, he says, I'll instruct you properly from within so that you can make your way. Otherwise, how do you find your way? And also, he's the one who brings the guru, just like with Dhruva Maharaj. Narada Muni intercepted him because he overheard the conversation he had with his mother. And Prabhupada says, how did he overhear it? He wasn't in the palace. And then Prabhupada explains, because the super soul's there within the heart, and he understands the intention of the living entity, and then he gives him help from within and without, so he can make advancement in devotional service. Hari Hari. Any other general comments? Yes, Prabhu? 1, 2.
Maharaj, thank you very much for so many wonderful stories intertwined in this discussion. So thank you very much. So I was particularly contemplating on the discussion that Shyamalanga Mataji mentioned about Gopinath Acharya and Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. Gopinath Acharya and Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. And I noticed that Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami, towards the end of some of the chapters, he says, anyone who does not believe in these pastimes is doomed, or something like that, or anyone who believes, he gives them a blessing. Until the end of the chapter, it doesn't even occur to me, by the mercy of Mahaprabhu, I suppose, that whether these pastimes are right or not. We completely believe that this has happened, and we do understand that they have. Why does Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami mention like that? Is there any reason? Does he do that to get rid of any vestiges of doubts that we have in our mind? Is there any reason why they do like that?
In other words, that he says you're doomed if you don't get it?
Yes.
It's really to emphasize the great good fortune that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is bringing. And that's, if someone comes to you in a well and you lowers a rope down and says, here, grab on, and he's like, I don't believe it's a rope. Or, like, just make it go around my neck if it's real and pull me up. It's sort of that kind of point. It's like, really look what you're getting here. You should take this, otherwise you're really, really stupid. Because it's, you're, first of all, realize that you're lost in this endless cycle of birth and death called samsara, and that's, now somebody's come to save you, and they're not even asking much from you at all. There's these different paths you can take to spiritual life traditionally, like there's the Jnana Kanda, the Karma Kanda, but here you got the Ananda Kanda. What else do you want? It's like, this is it. Everything, the mango peeled, we took out the seed, we made it a smoothie. You just have to drink it now. It's like, I don't know about that, like you're really, if you miss this chance, he's yelling, if you miss this chance, you really, really blew it. Because it doesn't get any better than this. You're in the Kali Yuga, which is the worst age, but now you've gotten the best thing. And what's the discount? 100%. Or at least 99. At least you got to put in 1% effort to try for something. So it's really in that mood that he's chastising, these fools. They won't take it. And then another place he says, well, we're glad because we don't want any fools around with us, To people like dogs and hogs, they'll argue against this. Like, this is no good. And it's like, all right, just stay out there, We don't need you right now in here. Oh, yes. Shyamalanga. Now it's your turn. Go ahead.
Prabhu, could you go back to the verse before?
Back.
So I like the first sentence of the purport.
First sentence of the purport.
I think it was the first.
Keep going. Purport. There.
Oh, wait. No, okay. I like the sentence that said the word kavala in this verse refers to a morsel of rice mixed with yogurt that Krishna held in his left hand. And I thought that was like really cool, like how Krishna is so magnificent that even like a morsel of rice in his left hand has its own name, versus like if one of us held one, it wouldn't really matter at all.
Yeah, nice. Very nice. Yeah, and these details are all attractive, right? Yeah, nice. Two last points.
The one point that struck me was what you read in the Japa session, the first reading, where it is said that even if one is afflicted with fear and envy, which is what we suffer from, the two diseases, like we are always fearful of losing what we have and envious of others, what others have. So, and also I was feeling little disturbed because even in Bhagavatam it says this Purana is for non-envious, nirmatsara. But then when we read this sentence in the morning saying that by constant chanting of the holy name, even people who are afflicted with this fear and envy can see the form of the Lord, or it will be revealed to them. It means that the holy name is so powerful. So
that was very encouraging, wasn't it? It's one thing to be sick, it's another thing to be sick and then there's no diagnosis. And then, nobody knows what kind of medicine to give. But when a doctor comes along and says, I know what you have, and here's the medicine, and I guarantee it'll go away. You don't get that, really, in normal medicinal prognosis. They just say, we'll try our best. But Bhagavatam guarantees it and says, here's exactly what you have. And of course, you're going to have some trace of the disease when you come. Otherwise, why does it start by saying, Nashta Prayeshu Bhadreshu, it's reducing. You have to start with something. And then it gradually cures the disease. But if you're open-minded and you take it, then the success will be there. I'm going to read the quote that you were referring to. It was the Ajamil quote, correct? Is that right? Or was it? The second quote. Okay, the second quote says, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta gives the example that just as a child's ball may be fastened to the end of a rope so that it cannot bounce away, a devotee who surrenders to Krishna becomes tied to the rope of Vedic injunctions and is never lost in worldly affairs. In this connection, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur has quoted from the Rig Veda as follows, Om Asya Janato Nama Chid Viviktan Mahaste Vishnu Sumatim Vajamahe Om Tat Sat. O Vishnu, your name is completely transcendental. Thus it is self-manifested. Indeed, even without properly understanding the glories of chanting your holy name, if we vibrate your name with at least a small understanding of its glories, that is, if we simply repeat the syllables of your holy name, gradually we will understand it. The supreme identity indicated by the pranava Om Tat Sat is self-revealing. Therefore, even if one is disturbed by fear or envy, the transcendental form of the Supreme Personality of Godhead will become manifest to one who continues to chant the Lord's holy name. Thanks for remembering that. Yes, Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Maharaj. So I had a question about the Brahma Vimohan Leela. So when Lord Brahma stole the calves and the cowherd boys and Krishna was searching for them, so what exactly is happening here? Is Krishna just acting, or is the Leela Shakti actually making him forget his godhood? And how does this ultimately bring out his sweetness?
Well, the sweetness, I think you experienced when we talked about how Krishna's purpose in doing this was to reciprocate the love of his devotees in Vrindavan. Obviously, in every pastime, there are multiple purposes that Krishna fulfills. And one of them, that is, I hope it's sweet enough for you, but Krishna goes just so that he can interact and accept the mood of Vatsalya from all these mothers in Vrindavan, because they wanted to have Krishna as their own child. And I mean, everybody loves their own children, but they loved Krishna more in the village. It's very obvious. And then I wish I could be with Krishna like that. So Krishna makes that facility. That's a very sweet part of the pastime. And this Leela Shakti is always perfectly arranging the pastime so that Krishna can enjoy with his devotees. And the whatever divine, what Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur calls divine forgetfulness is there, is administered by Leela Shakti in order for him to enter deeply within the Abhiman. His idea is like, I'm a cowherd boy. I'm just, even when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was asked by the astrologer, said, I saw that in your last life you're the Supreme Absolute Truth. He said, I think you're mistaken, because I know for sure in my last life I was a cowherd boy. Because I took care of the cows, such piety brought me to the life of a Brahmin in the next life. So he likes to assume that role so that he can enjoy the intimacy of the human-like pastimes with his devotees. So just, yes, Nirkula?
Also, what comes to my mind is Krishna pays attention to every single detail. So if that pastime has just been that Krishna said, I'll go look for the cows, and instead he just went and sat under a tree somewhere because he knew they were gone, that wouldn't be part of the pastime. And so every detail is taken care of. And the hills, the valleys, the grass, the trees, they're all alive. They're all servants of Krishna. So he walked on those grasses. His glance was over those hills and those trees. So every living entity, every jiva was benefited by that pastime.
Hare Krishna. Thank you. So we've come to the end. Just by hearing Bhagavatam and discussing the various conclusions of the acharyas, the mind becomes, develops discrimination, vivek. There's a way in which whatever I expose myself to, my mind conforms to that. So by hearing Krishna Katha, we hear allegories, we hear scientific numbers, all of these things, right brain, left brain. It comes to this forming this determination that we can sense in ourselves as we move about the world, and suddenly our mind and our heart has been transformed, and we make decisions based on the absolute truth coming from the Srimad Bhagavatam. So that's why it's important, among other things, to hear Bhagavatam at least every day and enter into these kind of long discussions. Well, these for us are kind of normal. Most places I go, the whole Bhagavatam class is 45 minutes, and after you sing and say a few prayers, you got like 10 minutes, like, let's go, time to go. But it's helpful, don't you think, to take time to sort of, like we do on Janmashtami, we just sit here all day till we get kicked out, and you just keep going. So it's important to hear Bhagavatam over a long period of time. It's important to memorize the verses of the Bhagavatam, to have them right on your lips. Memorize the chapters, whatever ones you can, and they should be right there, like on the tip of your tongue, so that your whole life becomes Bhagavatam. You enter into the pastimes of the Bhagavatam. This is the great mercy of the process that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu gave us. And if you can't do all that, then just constantly chant Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. And even if you can do that, then constantly chant Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Thank you so much for keeping the vibration going here at ISKCON Silicon Valley. I just came back from India, in case you didn't notice, and we were involved in a lot of things. There was the yatra, which was unbelievably sweet. I mean, it's hard to describe how nice it was. I'll never forget it. Fantastic. And then I had to go to meetings and all these kinds of things, and then you hear about all the different complexities and problems and everything like that, which is also very interesting. Because, it's in the realm of figuring out how to get a big movement to spread all over the world. And, everyone, like a car, everyone's standing around thinking of how to get it to go and like push that, do this, put in more of that. And all of these combined, it makes me realize that we're in a very unique situation here. It's nothing we can take for granted. And whatever kind of service we've been given here is a divine service. And the kind of opportunity we've been given to cooperate and figure out how to spread the Sankirtan movement is the greatest opportunity of all time. So we should take advantage of it as you're doing. That's why I'm thanking you for taking advantage of this and keeping the vibration going. Thank you very much. Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Srimad Bhagavatam ki jai, Gaur Bhaktivinoda ki jai, Gaur Premanande, Nitai Gaura Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Nitai Gaura Hari Bo, Nitai Gaura Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Nitai Gaura Hari Bo. No. No, you gotta stop right at the end. A dead stop, okay? Like a Gaur Premanande, Nitai Gaura Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Nitai Gaura Hari Bo, Nitai Gaura Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Nitai Gaura Hari Bo. Thank you to the Silicon Valley a cappella choir. Vanchakalpaduruscha kripasnabevacha patitanam bhavanibhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha nantakoti vaishnaviniki jai.
Share those quotes that you read from me.
Which quotes?
The one in the japa session.
Oh yeah, sure. You should make it like a WhatsApp.
Sure.
Japa circle.
Yeah,
Make it international.
yeah, sure.
Make Japa great again.
Yeah, sure.
The WhatsApp. And then we can share it all on there.
ये किसका फोन है?
पता नहीं वो आई थिंक वहाँ
ओ, हाँ।
बूथ Yeah, you can help. You can get the microphone of Maharaj Guru.
Rasa series.
Hare Krishna. Namashreshtam manamapi shachiputram. Okay. This is a very important prayer from Raghunath Das Goswami. Namashreshtam manamapi shachiputram atra sarupam shirupam tasya grajam uruparim maturim goshtavatim Radha Kundam Girvaramoho Radhika Maravasham Prapto Yasya Pratita Kripaya Shigurum Tam Natosmi Hey Guru Jnanada Dinabando Swananda Data Karanaika Sindo Vrindavana Sinahitavatar Prasida Radha Pranaya Prachara Hey Dina Bando Karanaika Sindo Kuru Prasada Mai Mandamude Laksha Parade Bahupapa Gadhe Tatpada Padme Stumatisha Krishna. I bow down to the beautiful lotus feet of my spiritual master, by whose causeless mercy I have obtained the supreme holy name, the divine mantra, the service of the son of Shachimata, the association of Srila Swarup Damodar, Rupa Goswami and his older brother Sanatan Goswami, the supreme abode of Mathura, the blissful abode of Vrindavan, the divine Radha Kunda and Govardhan Hill, and the desire within my heart for the loving service of Shri Radhika and Madhava in Vrindavan. O spiritual master, O giver of divine wisdom, O friend of the fallen, you are the giver of your own bliss, and you are the only ocean of mercy. Although dwelling in Vrindavan, you have descended for the welfare of fallen souls like myself, and you are preaching the divine love of Radha for Krishna. Please be kind upon us. O friend of the lowly, O Gurudev, you are the only ocean of mercy. I am a doleful and have committed hundreds of thousands of offenses. I have fallen into a dense myriad of sins, and therefore grace me with your mercy, so that my mind may be fixed on your lotus feet and on Sri Krishna. The lotus feet of our spiritual master are the only way by which we can attain pure devotional service. I bow to his lotus feet with great awe and reverence. By his grace, one can cross the ocean of material suffering and obtain the mercy of Krishna. Our only wish is to have our consciousness purified by the words emanating from his lotus mouth. Attachment to his lotus feet is the perfection that fulfills all desires. He opens our darkened eyes and fills our hearts with transcendental knowledge. He is our Lord, birth after birth. From him ecstatic prema emanates. By him ignorance is destroyed. The Vedic scriptures sing of his character. Our spiritual master is the ocean of mercy, the friend of the poor, and the Lord and master of the devotees. Be merciful unto us. Give us the shade of your lotus feet. Your fame is spread all over the three worlds. We take shelter of your lotus feet. Sri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma Bando mui savadana mate Jahara prashade bai bhavato Diyaja Krishna prapti hoy jaha hoy te Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chitete Koriya Oikya Anakori ho mane asha Sri Guru Charane Rati Sheu Tamagati Je prasade pure sarva asha Je prasade pure sarva asha Chakudan dilo je janme janme prabhu she Chakudan dilo je janme janme prabhu she Divya gyan dhrire prokashito Prema bhakti ja hoite abhija vinasa jate Virigai jahara charito Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adama Janara Bandhu Lokana Lokera Jivana Ha ha Prabhu Kora Doya De Amore Pada Chaya Ha Prabhu Kora Doya Deha More Pada Chaya Ebe Jash Kushik Tribhuvana Ebe Jash Kushik Tribhuvana Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Sri Mate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Shri Mate Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatyare Shatarine. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Udilo Aruna Pura Babagi Dwijamani Gaura Amani Jage Bhakata Samuha Loya Sate Gela Nagara Vraje Tatai Tatai Bajaloko Kana Ganata Ejajeraro Preme dhala dhala sonaranga charameno pura bhaje Mukunda Madhava Yadava Hari Bole na bolo re varana bori Niche nidabashe gelore rati Tibasa shari rashaje Emana dulaba manava deho Paya kikoro bhavana keo Ebe na bhajile Jashoda Sutta Charame Pori Belaje. Udita tapanna hoile asta Dinagelo hol boli hoi bibyasta. Tabe kino ebe alasa hoy nabajari doyaraje. Jivana nitya jana hasar Taena na vida viparaba. Namashaya kori jatane tumi taka apana kaje. Jivera kalyana sadhanaka Jagate asiye madhuryanam. Avidyati mira tapana rupe Pridgagane viraje. Krishna nam sudakori apan Jura bhakati vinoda pram. Nama bina kichu nahiko aro Shoda bhuvana maje. Hare Haraya Nama Krishna Yadavaya Namaha Yadavaya Madhavaya Keshavaya Namaha Gopal Govinda Ram Sri Madhusudan Giridhari Gopinath Madan Mohan Shri Chaitanya Nityananda Shri Advaita Sita Hari Guru Vaishnava Bhagavata Gita Shri Rup Sanatan Bhatta Raghunatha Shri Jiva Gopal Bhatta Das Raghunath Echai Gosai Kori Charana Vandam Jahoite Vignanash Abhishta Puran Echai Gosai Kaiko sai jar muitar das Tansabara parareru mora panchagras Tandera charana sebe bhakta sanibas Janame hoye abila Echai gosai jabe braje kolaba Radha Krishna Nitya Leela Koila Prakash. Shri Shri Radha Krishna Nitya Leela Koila Prakash. Bolo Anande Bolo Hari Bhaja Vrindavan. Bolo Anande Bolo Hari Bhaja Vrindavan. Shri Guru Vaishnava Pade Mojamiyaman. Shri Guru Vaishnava Pad Padma Kori Ash. Hari Nam Sankirtan Kohe Narotamoda. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Go Premanandi. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nitai Gaur Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaur Haribo. Nitai Gaur Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaur Haribo. Nitai Gaur Premanande, Shri Harinam Sankirtan Ki, Shri Harinam Mantra Ki, Shri Harinam Prabhu Ki, Shri Shri Radhamadan Mohan Ki, Shriman Mahaprabhu Ki, Shri Shri Lakshmi Nrsingadev Ki, Shri Panchatattva Ki, Gaur Premanande, Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaur Haribo. Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivraja Kacharya Stotra Shri Shrimad Abhay Charanara Vinda Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada Ki. Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivraja Kacharya Stotra Shri Shrimad Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj Ki Jai. Ananta Koti Vaishnavini Ki Jai. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai. Prem Shri Kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advait Thagadhara Shivasari Gaur Bhaktivinoda Ki. Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopinath Shamakunda Radhakunda Giri Govardhan Ki Jai. Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai. Shri Mayapur Navadip Dham Ki Jai. Shri Jagannath Puri Dham Ki Jai. Tulsi Devi Bhakti Devi Ki Jai. Jamuna Devi Ganga Devi Ki Jai. Samveda Bhaktivinoda Ki Jai. All glories to assembled devotees. All glories to assembled devotees. All glories to assembled devotees. Gaur Premanandi Hari Hari Bo. Two opportunities in the kitchen. Parama Karuna Pahundui Jana Nitai Gauraj Chandra Parama Karuna Pahundui Jana Nitai Gauraj Parama Karuna Pahundvi Jana Nitai Gaura Chandra. Too fast, start over. Don't speed up. Slower. Gaura Chandra Parama Karuna Pahundvi Jana Nitai Gaura Chandra. Sabha Avatar Sarashiramani Kevalaya Nanda Kanda. Here. Stop. It's too fast. Go slower. Parama Karuna Pahundvi Jana Nitai Gaura Chandra Parama Karuna Pahundvi Jana Nitai Gaura Sabhavatar Sarashiramani Kevala Ananda Kanda. Again, Sabha Avatar Sarashiramani Kevalananda Kanda Sabha Avatar Sarashiramani Bhajo Bhajo Bhai Chaitanya Nitai Sudrida Vishwasa Kori Bhajo Bhajo Bhai Nitai. Again. Bhajo Bhajo Bhai Chaitanya Nitai Sudrida Vishwasa Kori Vishaya Chadiya Shera Se Majiya Mukhe Bolo Hari Hari Vishaya Chariya Shera Se Majiya Mukhe Bolo Hari Hari Chadiya Shera Se Majiya Mukhe Bolo Hari Hari Deko Ore Bhai Tribhuvane Hinai Emona Doyala Data Deko Ore Bhai Tribhuvane Nai Emona Doyala Data Poshubhaki Jhure Pashana Vidare Shunijar Gunagata Pashubhaki Jure Pashana Vidare Shunijar Gunagata Samsare Majia Rohili Podia Shepare Nahilo Asha Samsare Mojia Rohili Podia Shepade Nahilo Asha Apana Karama Bunjaye Shamana Kahe lochana dasa. Apana karama vanjai samana kahe lochana dasa. Parama karuna Pahundvi jana Nitai Gaura Chandra Nitai Gaura Chandra Nitai Gaura Chandra Nitai Gaura Chandra Gaur Premanande Nitai Gaura Haribo 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. Can we see the translation? The two lords, Nitai Gaurachandra, are very merciful. They are the essence of all incarnations. The specific significance of these incarnations is that they introduced a process of chanting and dancing that is simply joyful. My dear brother, I request that you just worship Lord Chaitanya and Nityananda with firm conviction and faith. If one wants to be Krishna conscious by this process, one has to give up his engagement in sense gratification. One simply has to chant Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, without any motive. My dear brother, just try to examine this. Within the three worlds, there is no one like Lord Chaitanya or Lord Nityananda. Their merciful qualities are so great that upon hearing them, even birds and beasts cry and stones melt. But Lochan Das regrets that I am trapped by sense gratification. Since I have no attraction for the lotus feet of Lord Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda, then Yamaraj, the superintendent of death, is punishing me by not allowing me to be attracted by this movement. Shri Lochan Das Thakur ki jai, Shri Nitai Gaur Chandra ki jai, Gaur Premanande. Hare Krishna. Any announcement? Besides the fact that I brought home with me a certificate given by the Ministry of Book Distribution that says that we are the #1 temple in North America for book distribution in 2019. His Grace Vijay Prabhu, the Minister of Book Distribution, gave it to me. And he told me, Vaish, no one's done this for 25 years. No one has even come close to beating LA, and you beat him by 60,000 book points last year. He was very appreciative, even though he's the part of the Los Angeles crew. It's a big deal because, as I've been saying, I wanted us to do this because it shows what you can do. We're a community of grihastas, kids, everyone working. And because of organization and enthusiasm, you've done it legitimately. It's not some smoke and mirrors. We did it gradually, we did it incrementally, we did it by making improvements, right? Shri Gopal? Confirmation. I mean, that's what it takes, and the point is that, we're a one horse town here, little temple in the middle of nowhere, but somehow or other, we're able to gradually increase and come to this point, and we can keep going through innovation, organization, and through staying in the transcendental vibration and realizing that we've been given the greatest opportunity. Let's give it to as many other people as possible. So this shows that there's no hindrance whatsoever. It doesn't require that you have to have a special formula of vans with brahmacharis, although I'd like to get that next. Because I was thinking while I was in Mayapur, how to beat Mayapur now. And and I was, Krishna revealed it to me. I was walking past the one of the sections on the campus there, and I saw there was about 10 buses parked, and they were loading them up, and all the books were laid out, getting ready to put into the buses. And I saw that there was boxes as far as the eye could see, like our book room times 10, just going into the buses. And then they had the devotees to fill them up and go out and distribute them all the time. So I thought, now we have one van parked in the parking lot, the little Trojan horse, and continuing with our model here as the base, and then adding on to it another stream of book distribution, which is an ashram that can handle at least a base for traveling Sankirtan parties that can go out and crisscross, do the universities and so forth. There's so many, even here in the Bay Area, we've barely even touched them or scratched the surface. That could bring us to a new level. Avantika's shaking her head, yes. What do you think, Prabhu? Govindacharan? He's giving a thumbs up. And we read in the Chaitanya Bhagavat recently that when Lord Nityananda was happy with what one of the devotees said, he gave 2 thumbs up like this. So if you've ever wondered where this came from, it's from Lord Nityananda. So this is what we should ask Lord Chaitanya, and we did actually when we were at Nrsimhapali and other places. We asked Lord Nrsimhadev to remove all obstacles so that not just here, but also all over North America we can move up, because we'd like not just for us to beat Mayapur and have our eyes on how do we develop the infrastructure so that we can come to that point of increasing, tripling, quadrupling our book distribution here, but also all over North America and all over the world. Because I mentioned this to some of the temple presidents in Washington, D.C. in December, because there's kind of this culture clash between India and America as far as ISKCON goes. So when I told some of the temple presidents, I said, let's beat India, they're like, yeah! In fact, Bhakti Marg Swami, he went home and he told everybody, we got to beat India. And then he keeps writing me letters and goes, Vaishak, can we do it this year? I said, we're only about 5 million away. 2 million here, 7 million approximately in India. But everything's possible by Lord Chaitanya's arrangement. And we should think like that. Otherwise, what's the use? We should think really big and find out what are the ways and means to develop. What is your opinion? Please give him the microphone. So you kids, this is your time to move into positions of leadership to see how it can be done. You tell us, how will it be done?
I think we just have to ensure that we're constantly coming up with new ideas and new ways to improve, so we guarantee growth every single year by a substantial amount, and then before we know it, we'll be beating India.
Haribo! The yatra started in Calcutta, and we went to Ultadanga. besides some other places. But I'd never been to Ultadanga, and it was the ultimate experience. It's called Ultadanga Junction Road. And this is where Srila Bhaktisiddhanta first gave the instruction to Srila Prabhupada that you should spread the Krishna consciousness movement to all over the West. And the original staircase is there that Prabhupada walked up. The stones haven't been changed. They're reconstructing the whole building there, and it's a construction site, but you can still walk in it. And the leader of the construction project was showing us that they're using as much of the original materials as possible, as many of the original materials as possible to reconstruct. And they're also using the ancient methods for making the mortar and so forth. They use lime and things like gore mixed together. There's a formula, so it will last for hundreds and hundreds of years. When we came to Ultadanga Road, we had a book distribution party there that I'm very proud to say almost shut down the whole area, because there were so many devotees on every corner. Every car got stopped, every person got stopped, and I was thinking that Srila Bhaktisiddhanta would be very pleased that we were in his neighborhood. We came back from the West after Prabhupada got that instruction, and now there we were distributing books back to the Bengalis. And we had devotees from all over the world. Some of the most inspired devotees on our tour this year were from Japan. And they, just like in previous years, the Chinese devotees didn't speak English. But these devotees, believe it or not, had come on the yatra specifically because they wanted to distribute books and to get more training and to feel what it was like to distribute books in the Dham. And so all this was going on in Ultadanga, and then we walked up to the rooftop, all of us, and the guide there showed us exactly where Prabhupada got the instruction, where Srila Bhaktisiddhanta was sitting and so forth. So we also made a prayer at that place, which was the birthplace, where the seed was planted. Every endeavor, Prabhupada writes in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, starts with a seed, a bija. And from that bija, something wonderful can grow. So we took it that we have that bija, that we should expand the Krishna consciousness movement all over the world, and very specifically, we know that Srila Bhaktisiddhanta and our Srila Prabhupada, founder Acharya, were particularly fond of books. And I had a revelation about books while we were traveling, and that is, they're really hard to get rid of. I mean, electronic media, it can get hidden really easily. You can just forget about it. Where is it anyway? It's somewhere. But books, they stay for generations to come. Even I have books that I don't even want, that people have given me, and I can't get rid of them because it's a book. I mean, what do you do with it? If you take it to the library and you give it to them, if they don't want it, they'll sell it to somebody else on pennies on the dollar. Did you know that? They weigh it, and then they sell it per weight. And then somebody else gets it, but they don't go away. Only in despotic countries do they burn books, but books stay forever. So this mass distribution of transcendental literature all over the world is planting these seeds, and will have the effect we're looking for. So we pray to Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Shri Radha Madan Mohan, Shri Lakshmi Nrsingadev, Shri Panchatattva, and all the acharyas to please empower us in 2020 to continue the pace, to show how we can incrementally increase the preaching and book distribution to benedict all the people of the world, as per the instruction of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur and the desire of Srila Prabhupada. Om Tat Sat. Everyone who agrees with these ideas in part or in whole, please say Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, everybody, for so nicely keeping the vibration going here. And devotees all over the world are appreciative of the mood that you've created here and the kind of service that you're doing. So it's very significant. Hare Krishna. Prabhu?
Actually, and just taking this forum for a request. So recently we have been invited for a Catholic, no, it's a hospital convention by various Catholic fathers. So in hospitals, they have a lot of Bibles. And there is their annual convention in Cleveland, Ohio, where I think around 800 to 1,000 of these people, they meet. And I mean, it's very similar to the hotel trade show, where they purchase and buy and everything. So for the first time, we have been giving booth, and this will be in April. So the request is, of course, please pray and bless us. Thank you, Nirugala Mataji. And the request here is we need one devotee who can join that trade show. Unfortunately, I may not be able to go. This is in April. We have a very expert Nandini Kishori Mataji flying in from Florida. This is the first ever time. Honestly, it will be an experiment or it can be big. I remember the first time we participated in Ahoa trade show, we got orders for over 20,000 Bhagavad Gitas in 2 days. And that was because Vaisheshika Prabhu was personally present there. This was in Washington, D.C., Baltimore. Yeah. So anyway, the request is if anyone can join this, this is something different, something new and experiment. We have sponsors for airline tickets, so that should be taken care of. But yes, it will be on weekday. All these trade shows and conventions are always in weekdays. So it will be 2 to 3 days of weekday, but worth experiencing if anyone wants to join. Thank you.
Congratulations on moving to the next stage of Motel Gita Hospital.
Thank you.
I talked to Savas Prabhu when I was in Mayapur, and he said he'll definitely come here so we can have a summit meeting. And he and his wife will be back from India on March 4th. And so anytime after that, we can schedule a special meeting to have him come over here. I think it'll make a big difference. Okay? Sharirat vijaja jodendriya taheka jibe pele vishaya sagare Tarmadye dibayati Lobo muesu durmati Take jeta katita samsare Krishna bodha doyamor Gori bare jihajai Shaprashat Annadi loba Shayanamrita pao Radha Krishna Gunagao Preme Dako Shri Chaitanya Nitai Preme Dako Shri Chaitanya Nita Mahaprasade Govinde Nama Brahmari Vaishnave Salpa Punyavatam Rajan Vishvaso Navajayate Prasade Sarva Dukanam Hanirasyo Pajayate Prasana Chetaso Yashu Buddhipaya Patissa Swayopa Bhukta Straganda Vasulankara Chartitaha Uchishta Bojino Dasyas Tavamayam Jayemahi Bhagavat Shri Mahaprasadaki Gaur Premanande Nitai Gaura Haribo 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 Nitai Gaur Haribo. One other piece of information. I got, the kartals in this temple room have got a little clangy. I don't know, I think all the good ones floated out somewhere, and there's a lot of clangers in here. So, Havi Prabhu, the consummate musician, I had this plan that there's this tuner on iPhone where you can, to get all the kartals tuned. So they're all either at a certain level or at a fifth or something like that, so they harmonize. he didn't need the tuner because he's got perfect pitch. So he went down, he and Nagar Kirtan went down to Navadvip one day, and they picked us out some kartals. He tried every one of them in the shop. They put them on sticks and then hit them. So he matched them all. And I brought them back. I also had them etched, so it says ISV. And what my plan is to, just have the ones that work in harmony, so that when we have kirtans, there's no clanging going on. It's all like harmonious, nice ringing. Does that sound like a good idea? Okay. So just thought I'd mention it. I didn't bring them in today because we need some system to make sure that somehow they don't find their way to another location. Hare Krishna. Please come take prasadam. Haribo.